Nick Lowe wrote that, sung there by Elvis Costello. And I was just looking up the song, looking at the lyrics. I like to do that every morning in the opening song and find out a little stuff about it. And there's website after website after website that says peace, love, and understanding, how to understand the lyrics.
Seems pretty easy to me.
Yeah, I think so.
Seems pretty self-explanatory.
Oh, wait, no, I'm reading it wrong. That's funny.
Oh.
What's so funny about peace, love, and understanding lyrics?
Oh.
Is what they say.
That's very different.
Yes.
I'm Ron Burgundy?
Yes, indeed. I looked at that cockeyed. Geez.
I don't know how to handle days like this.
Yeah.
I know we have a job to do. And I know our consultant is probably listening this morning, waiting for the funny.
Oh, is he up this early?
I don't know.
I wouldn't count on it.
It's
find the funny.
I just when I think it can't get any worse, and there can't be anything more to be upset about. I'm at a loss. I know we have to do a show and we have things that are scheduled, but it seems wrong that we can just go about our business. Something like this should stop everything, and it does. I saw somebody put out a timeline of what happens when these tragedies happen.
Yeah,
it's then we're shocked and thoughts and prayers, and then we don't do anything and we go back to normal. And it's Memorial Weekend this weekend, so everyone will just get back to posting on social media about their barbecues and things they're doing, and then we move on.
Yeah.
The world should stop right here. We should all stop what we're doing and go, we can't go forward until we fix this. And it won't. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
This is where I'm at.
And thoughts and prayers are free and easy and do nothing. Yeah.
I don't.
Mill Creek coffee, anybody?
I'm having mine right now.
Me too. Well, 877-602-9696. That's the phone number to reach us in the studio. I'm here at home still, day 2 of my self-imposed quarantine, and I'm experiencing no symptoms. Day 2 here.
Oh, that's
You're
good.
probably fine.
But I'll wait. Another day tomorrow. If no symptoms, I'll test at the end of the day, and that if it's negative, it should mean that I'm fine. But because I went to a super spreader event on Monday, and
I'm getting on a plane today to Florida. That's the super spreader event.
Florida is a super spreader event.
I had I had lunch with Bruce, our Billie Eilish's uncle.
Yes,
a couple of weeks ago.
How is he?
And he's good. And he said, I have flown probably in the 2 years since COVID started, I've probably flown 95 or 100 times. He travels about a lot. And he said, I've had not had any problems. And he said, now, I sit in first class. That might have something to do with it.
You're spaced out.
I actually looked at it for this trip because I was thinking, because I'm traveling by myself, so it's not like I can sit next to my husband or somebody that I trust. And I looked at the price of that, and I went, I can't justify.
Gina, sitting next to your husband or someone you trust, I'll remind you that I gave my wife and daughter COVID. So, okay.
That's true.
I mean, what's the point,
But I entertained the idea, and then I looked and went, because it's flying to Florida, just, regular coach flying to Florida is expensive.
Yeah, no, first class, people who don't do it, or they think, well, it's, they just doubled the price. No, it's way more than double the price of a ticket. I don't know how many multiples of the ticket it is, but
so I didn't.
And I say this all the time: don't fly first class.
Why?
because then the next time you have to fly coach,
You'll
Yeah.
hate it.
you'll be like,
Yeah.
oh, this is
We
worse.
used to-
This is worse than I remember.
Carrie and I flew first class many times when we were going to Europe. We had a friend with Continental Airlines, and that friend would always upgrade us to first class. And it was wonderful. And then you have to go and coach after that, and it's like,
And then when you're paying for it, it's like, nope, I can't do
I
that.
know what's up behind that curtain there.
So
It's like heaven.
my sister just got back from Dubai. So she flew on Emirates.
When she left, did you say goodbye to Dubai? No.
But she was telling me about someday I'd like to fly on Emirates because she
I
said
did.
You did?
Yeah, when I went to Nepal.
She said just the regular coach.
It was wonderful.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Plenty of room, great service, good food. So I can only imagine what first class on the
Well,
Emirates is.
someone she was traveling with was in first class and told her all about it.
Do they have people to fan you while you sit in a bath?
Pretty much. There's a spa in first class. You can get a facial, a massage. There's a full bar, like a bar you go stand up and sit at.
Air Asia that we flew to Korea and Japan, the coach was wonderful.
You know why this is, don't you, you guys? Because the government owns the airline.
Ah.
And government money goes in, it's run by the government, because that's the way they do it in these quasi-socialist countries, That's the kind of thing they do. So, the Emirates Airlines, that's owned by the United Arab Emirates, and God knows there's plenty of money there.
Yeah.
So,
Now here's someone else with a counter to my don't fly first class. Fly Spirit, because then Southwest feels like first class.
well, there.
Go the other way with it.
Anyhow, 877-602-9696. If you maybe want to, unburden yourself.
I smothered my two kids here last night.
You what?
Just with,
You
hugs and
smothered
kisses
them?
and-
My God, you're admitting this on the air today?
And
Somebody send somebody over to the house.
and I'm so glad I get to see Festus today. So because when things like this happen, you just want to pull your kids close and not ever let them out of your sight. So I get to see him today, which is good.
877-602-9696. You can call us and we'll begin the show officially. Pretty much coming up. And
Let's go.
okay.
Yes. We'll try to.
We'll
Try to do a show.
We can do this. We can do this.
Well, now I wish I'd have worked harder on the Beat Gina questions.
Why?
They're just okay.
Oh, we'll make some chicken salad, Carrie. Come
Okay,
on.
we'll see what we can do. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be back. 877-602-9696 for your check-ins. BigOTires.com.
The team you trust very much.
They have their Memorial Day sale going on right now. Buy 3, get 1 free. I'll get the 4th tire free on select sets of in-stock tires, plus a free conventional oil change.
That's all very well and good, Gina. But Big O Tires, in addition to that, they say we offer the lowest price on every tire every day. And not just the house brand, Big O Tires. Those are the ones I buy at Big O. I like them a lot. But the... all of the tire. They have several, Michelin and all of those. Lowest price every time, every day.
Not just that, you can get brakes, alignments, batteries, fluid, oil changes, and all of those. They have financing options to help you pay for it. And you can make your appointment to get all of that done if you go to BigOTires.com.
As X96 celebrates our...
And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's that feature you know and love.
Hello, sailor boy.
Oh, so my son Festus graduated from Navy boot camp last week.
Oh, so he did make it.
He did make it. So what the last thing you have to do before graduation is it's called battle stations. Doesn't that sound tough? It's a simulated ship, and apparently the people at Universal Studios designed this ship.
Really?
It's like a ride. It shakes and moves, and like you have to go through 24 hours on this fake ship where things happen and you have to react. Like there's a flood in this compartment.
All decks to battle stations. This is not a drill. All decks to battle stations.
Or there's a fire, below deck that you got to put out, and there's a man overboard, all that.
That poop deck needs to be swabbed.
Exactly. But went through that and passed. And normally the family can go to the graduation. It's just like any graduation. But of course, COVID, everything. So they had a virtual graduation, which if there are dozens and dozens of people graduating and they're all wearing the same thing, I couldn't see him, and there was no
they all
way
have the same haircuts too.
Yeah. Well, and they're all wearing masks. So it's
you
this.
I think that's you.
Yeah. So I watched it, but I couldn't see him. But after graduation, I got a text from him. He got his phone back. He hasn't had his phone for 10 weeks.
That's right. For some reason, they're on real world blackout or
Yeah.
something like that. They're not allowed access to the real world.
So he sent me this text. He said, "They just put me on a bus a little while ago. Holding a phone feels weird. Kind of like Betty White discovering AOL Messenger for the first time. What is this phone thing that I..." But he said, so we started texting back and forth, and he said, "They don't tell you anything in the military. I didn't know I was leaving. I don't know where I'm going. They just say, get your stuff and get on the bus. But here's your phone," so at least he could have that.
Okay. Well,
And they put him on a military plane and flew, because I said, "Where are you going, to the airport?" He's like, "I don't know, I hope so. I want to get a double quarter pounder if we go to the airport."
priorities.
But they didn't. It's all military. And so all along we've been thinking, once he gets to, it's called A school. And it's like college. He's going to medic school. It's school from 8 to 4, and it's college. He lives in a dorm, that kind of thing. But we thought, we can maybe go visit him while he's there, because he's going to be there for 10 months. And his wife is supposed to leave this week to go look for an apartment close by base, because in regular times he could go off base and like go to dinner with her or whatever, and on the weekends he could go stay with her during the weekends.
Not now.
None of that.
Nope.
He cannot leave the base for 10 months.
Wow.
Wow.
Now she, because she has a military ID, can come on base and visit him. She can't stay there with him, but they screen you. But he is not allowed to leave. There's no liberty. There's no. So now, this is 10 months. I am hopeful that this COVID thing will be much better in less than 10 months. But potentially, I could not be in the same room with him for 10 months.
Wow.
Is that crazy?
I
don't care for that. But on the other hand, I'm glad they're trying to be safe and that they have restrictions like that. It's kind of like when we were talking to Amy Donaldson earlier, and she was talking about how in the NBA they have their bubble and they had to stay there and everything, but the NFL, they come and go, and this is a military bubble.
Well, I guess you'll have to get used to seeing him on Zoom, I suppose.
Well, so this is the thing that's finally going to get me to buy an iPhone.
Hi, Gina. Welcome to the wonderful world.
so we can FaceTime and stuff. But I'm a little depressed at the thought of not seeing him for that long. I'm hopeful that before 10 months is over that will change. But
I wish.
no.
Good luck.
No.
I don't think it's going to happen.
Because where he is like school and he has a phone and stuff, he's going to see if he can find a time maybe where we can hello sailor where he actually calls in, which would be
That'd be fun.
Which would be nice. So.
Well, there you go. It's 21. Let's get this over with.
Yeah, if you want to call us, 877-602-9696 is the number. Let's check in and, how you feeling about stuff and what do you think? What's going on? There was a text about us saying, I really enjoy your friendship, meaning ours. It says Bill isolating at home, Gina making sure she's going to test on after she gets off the airplane. It just shows how much you guys really do care for each other. And it's no, I just don't want Carrie and Gina to sue me if I. That's all it is. So, all right, let's do it. Shall we begin it?
The Young Automotive Group, locally owned, 25 stores, 8 locations in Ogden alone. Shop Ogden Automotive and Power Sports today. Check out our inventory online at youngautomotivegroup.com. Think young, think Ogden.
The moon don't care. Just keeps doing it. 22.5% of full. It's a waning crescent moon. The moon will set at 4:14 p.m. today, and today is Wednesday, 25th day of May in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2022. And this is the morning show that has no thoughts, no prayers this morning, because what the hell does that do?
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't do any good. This is Carrie, Bill, and Gina with support from Katie and Miriam and Corey.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
All right. Let's see. Sorry, I'm doing a little cleanup here. You have to forgive me.
Yes,
let's get to, looks like Lisa is here. Hello, Lisa.
Lisa, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
Lisa? Lisa? Oh, Lisa.
Oh, we can hear her, Bill.
Yeah,
can you not hear her?
I can.
Sorry, someone was in here overnight pressing buttons. So-
Now I can hear Lisa.
Hey, Bill. How are you?
I'm okay.
Right
You?
on. Me too.
Good.
I'm doing okay today. Got a surgery coming up, but, I was listening to you guys talk this morning, and I couldn't help but hear Carrie distinctly say something about thoughts and prayers and how useless they are. I was just wondering, Carrie,
Mhm.
were you actually taking that, or maybe you were, did you get that from the Drive-By Truckers or their song?
No.
Have you heard it?
No, I was
No.
directing that toward our politicians.
I haven't
Who are-
heard.
who
What
are
is the
happy to-
song, Lisa?
yeah, I don't know
they,
the song.
They were too, Carrie.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
what that song
I
is
don't
about.
know. I don't listen to Drive-By
What's it?
Truckers.
What's
I
it
don't-
called? What's the song called, Lisa?
Well, I can tell you that it is off of the Unraveling album from
Okay.
2020.
Mhm.
It is co-founders Patterson Hood and Mike Gulick. They are expressing their concerns about the sharp political divide that cut across U.S. racial and socioeconomic lines.
Okay. And what? I'm sorry, I didn't catch Lisa.
they also
Lisa. I didn't catch the name of the song, and then we have to go to another caller. But what's the name of the song again?
Thoughts and prayers.
Thoughts and prayers.
Just thoughts and prayers.
Thoughts
Okay.
and prayers.
Thanks for calling us, Lisa. See you later.
It's a song about what?
I
Carrie,
got
was it?
Lisa. We got that. Thanks for
Thank
calling
you.
us.
Thank you. Okay.
So apparently that song's about gun violence, you guys. I don't know
Yeah.
if you got that from Lisa. But.
Yeah. Let's see. Again, I hope our consultant's listening because
877-602-9696. If he is, he can call.
yeah.
Friend of the program, Andy, says, I would check in, but I'm finding it impossible to not use bad words. I don't want to be fined by the FCC.
Welcome to our world.
Well, Andy, the FCC wouldn't fine you. They would fine us.
But I don't want that
So,
either.
yeah.
So.
You know.
Let's see. Chef Roy checking in. Let's see. Johnny B checking in. Thanks for doing the show and letting me listen while I do stuff.
Teacher Emily checking in. Tim the tree guy checking in. And you're all, I'm not reading all of your texts because they're all sad and
yeah.
But we know you're there. Thank you for being there.
Well, and I, if we can help you get through this, we will. But maybe you can help us get through.
Yeah, that's really what we need.
You know, so 877-602-9696. You can call us anytime. You can text us at 33986. Let's see. We need you all to help us get through these tough times like this, especially those that are not able to just take time off for times like this. It's scary to have school-age kids nowadays. So thank you for still going.
I've seen a few different messages from people who said, like young couples, who said, we've always talked about having kids, and not so much anymore. That's where Katie's at.
Yeah.
It's like
that's the way I feel. I'm not having kids anymore.
But if I were, in my 20s and newly married, I would seriously consider whether
and
that's something I wanted to do or not.
Gina, I would support you in that. So if you, I'll do it even now. If you don't want to have any more kids, I support you.
I thank you.
Sure.
Let's get Kevin on the phone.
Hi, Kevin.
Hey. So I was debating whether or not to call because I don't want to be more of a bummer, but I have COVID.
Oh, sorry. How bad?
It's pretty bad, and I'm vaccinated and boosted.
Mm-hmm.
Three shots.
Mm-hmm.
I can hear it in your voice.
What?
My wife is the same too.
Now, when you say pretty bad, when I had it, it was like a bad cold with some congestion, but I could tell that I was going to get over it. How about you?
So I've had it for like 2 weeks now.
Oh, wow.
Where I've been feeling symptoms, and obviously I'm really congested.
Yeah.
And I just feel weird, like, and that's what my wife says too. And I have no idea if she got it from her work or I got it from mine.
Yeah.
Or one of those two.
Yeah, Kevin.
Or we went.
Do you feel it getting better at all?
I feel better this morning than I did like the last couple of days.
That's good.
So I think it's getting better. But,
well,
all right.
I hope you recover well and keep and your wife. Best wishes to your wife too. Thanks, Kevin.
Thanks, Kevin. All right. Let's quickly go to Nate.
Nate, good morning.
Good morning. I just wanted to call in and check in. Say good morning.
Well, good morning.
What do you have going on today, Nate?
I got work going on.
Yeah, the world still turns, doesn't it?
Yep.
All right. Well,
I won't keep you guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nate. See ya.
All right. Have a good morning.
Okay. Traffic, Gina, please.
Got a crash eastbound I-80 just after Redwood Road on-ramp. A car drove into the right barrier. That's the only thing that UDOT's reporting. You can report stuff to us, too, if you see it. Just make sure it's safe for you to text 33986. Tim Daly has new arrivals daily and pre-owned selection of over 1,200 used vehicles to choose from, all makes and models. Think forever warranty. Think Tim Daly.
All right. Coming up in our next break, big boy news, opinioendo, and things that must go.
You can send in some must-goes. We still have some room if you want to send it in. Radio from Hell at x96.com.
Yes, thank you very much. All right, we will take a break. We will be back. Wendy's for breakfast. Right now at Wendy's, you can satisfy your sweet heat craving with the new Hot Honey lineup, including the new Hot Honey chicken sandwich, the sweet heat of Wendy's bold new Hot Honey sauce, drizzled over Wendy's signature spicy chicken filet, healthy portion of savory applewood smoked bacon, and it doesn't stop there. They layer on the flavors, layer on the layers, melty pepper jack, and then they top it off with a stack of tangy, crunchy dill chips, sweet, spicy, crispy, tangy. If only this kind of flavor was available in the morning. Yes, it is. It is available in the morning on a biscuit, the Hot Honey chicken biscuit, those warm buttermilk biscuits that Wendy's are known for, because you should be able to get this wonderful flavor anytime you want it. Go to Wendy's and taste the sweet heat for yourself with a Hot Honey chicken sandwich or biscuit for breakfast at participating U.S. Wendy's. Hot Honey chicken biscuit is available only during breakfast hours.
It's the Utah word of the day.
From what year? Do you have any idea?
1994. Let's see. Here we go.
Today, we examine another group of words used by most Utahns called L words, or words that end in ELL.
Oh, yeah.
And to help you with today's lesson, each time an L word is used in the following dialogue, a bell will sound. Imagine, if you will, our two friends, LeVar and LeGrand, together in LeVar's trailer house. The TV is on. A conversation ensues. Again, these are L words.
I love this TV show.
Yeah.
I am so glad that someone is showing the reruns of McKell's Navy.
Me too. You know, I would just love to set sail with McKell myself. Hey, you remember the one when the wacky crew of PT Boat 73 tried to save that beached well?
Oh, yeah. They had a hard time because of this big storm.
Yeah.
Gale force winds and hell stones the size of golf balls.
Yeah, yeah.
But they saved that well anyway. McKell did not fell.
Well, no thanks to Gruber. Yeah, that was quite a tell, though. Hey, listen, give me some of them snacks, would you? I'm hungry.
Sure.
Uh-oh.
What?
Trell mix.
Yeah.
You're not going to like this, LeGrand, but Trell mix makes me thirsty for just one thing.
You're not going to be drinking beer in front of me, are you, LeVar?
Oh, no. I'm going to have me a glass of L.
L is beer?
Yeah, but this is pretty mild. It's that Pell L from Squatters. It's so mild I can drink a whole bucket of it.
You'd get drunk if you drunk a whole Pell of Pell L. Then you'd get throwed in jail. And I'd have to bail you out. Oh, hey, looky here what I got in the mail. It's a flyer from Deseret Book. It says here that Dan Quell is coming to town to sign copies of his new book.
Boy, the liberals sure rode Bush and Quell out of Washington on a rel.
Sure did.
They fought tooth and nail, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah.
Hey, I hear that this new book of his really lifts the veil of secrecy about Washington life and what really went on. You know, I'd like to see him. What Deseret Book is he at?
Well, the one by that big jewelry store.
Big jewelry store. You mean Morgan's Jewelers?
Nope. Zell's.
There you go.
That's back when we had this theory that we would beat you over the head with comedy.
You know, the way to get you to laugh was to beat you over the head with comedy.
Why didn't we ever learn to edit?
I don't know.
That's what I want to know. Also, now, you were shouting, this sucks.
Mm-hmm.
I got to tell you, though, out of all of the Utah Word of the Days, that was the best one.
It was one of the,
Really?
Yeah. That was one of the better ones.
In my opinion, I think that was the best one. Whenever someone says, what's the quintessential episode, I say that one.
I still like Lard Dorothy. That's a gorgeous orange.
I like talking to the manager of the store about the manger scene.
Yeah.
The crash, the manger scene. The manger. I need to speak to the manager about the manger scene.
God. Beat you over the head is right. Even I was getting bored. Sorry, folks. Yeah, that's why we don't do sketches anymore, all right? Anyway.
Well, Punk, let's get to the movie review, shall we?
There we go.
That's why nothing to spend in the summer in and out of health facilities like 18 Fingers of Death.
Tell us who stars in this opus.
Well, this is the only movie that's better than 17 Fingers of Death.
Yeah.
It stars James Liu.
Oh, so this is a sequel then?
Yeah.
Yep.
He's Buford, the down-and-out action hero.
James Liu, okay.
Okay.
And we got Maurice Patton.
Yeah.
He's Ronald Mack, the college student and wannabe director.
Okay.
Lisa Arturo.
Nope.
She's Sushi Q, the Honorable Fortune Cookie CEO.
Okay.
Pat Morita.
Oh, well, there's a name I recognize. Arnold from Happy Days.
So I know this movie's at least a year old, right?
Exactly. Well, I noticed he's got lots of others that are in post-production.
Oh, God. All right.
He's the humble restaurateur. We got Lorenzo Lamas.
Lorenzo
Lamas, yeah.
He's a Antonio Bandana, the singing martial artist.
Okay.
Oh.
Robin Shue.
This sounds like just a great movie.
Yeah.
He's Jackie Chong.
Yeah.
And we got Charlie George Brown as Chuck Snorris.
Chuck Snorris. Okay.
Oh, God.
And Kurt Graves as Steven Seafood.
Okay. Tell us the plot of 18 Fingers of Death.
Well, as far as I can tell, this guy starred in 803 of the finest action movies ever filmed, but he's come up with a script for what could be his breakout role. But when the producers back out and pull his funding, he's forced to pull out the "will work for Kung Fu for money" sign and sell his Kung Fu movie memorabilia in order to get enough money to make a movie in 1 week for the Sundance Film Festival.
God.
And they managed to get like about 90 minutes out of this?
Yep.
Jeez.
Oh, 90 minutes.
All right, have you got a scene from 18 Fingers of Death?
Yeah, I thought I'd give you a little Pat Morita.
Okay.
Oh, good. Pat Morita.
There we go.
Oh, Mr. Lee, listen, I've always been wanting to know, do you have Chinese Jews? Chinese Jews? Oh, very sorry. Today, so no Chinese Jew. We only have the apple Jews and the orange Jews.
Oh, man.
This is worse than I even dreamed.
Yep. What are you giving this movie, Punk?
I'm actually giving it 3.5 Prozac.
What? It's the pills talking, Punk.
It's the prednisone. I think it's the prednisone. For digging up guano, lining up to fight. You can only fight the good guy one at a time.
That's
you
right.
have to circle him.
Yeah.
Feathered hair, the drunken bastard, Bong Fu the series, a wicker basket beaten, bow tie in the kitchen, cowboy Fu, a fallen in love montage, an attack midget, and yes, learning to speak out of sync.
Learning to speak out of sync. All right, and what junk food are you going to have while you watch this movie?
I think you need to gather a few Lynn Wilson's meat and cheese burritos with extra cheese and onions. You can mix in the Durkin's French fried onions as you need. A nice meatball hero, some rainbow Twizzlers, a bunch of Starburst, Reese's Pieces, a bag of Honorable Fortune cookies, and, yes, a nice cold canister of Lost Energy drink.
All right, Punk.
Wow, sounds lovely.
For those of you that are lost.
All right. 18 Fingers of Death.
The movie that's better than 17 Fingers of Death.
And we do have things that must go coming up right after this. Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by.
Pick 3 services for $99 at Young Chevrolet in Layton. Options include oil change, tire rotation, brake check, multi-point inspection, alignment check, wiper blades, engine air filter, or AC system check. Learn more at youngchev.com.
Well, before I get to the tough stuff, everybody should look at my Twitter feed, or maybe we have it at Radio from Hell at x96.com.
No, that's a...
No, excuse me,
X96.
x96.com/live. Binks the kitten. An animal rescue group in Kansas City, Missouri pronounced a 6-week-old black cat the most responsible kitten in the world after he was found watching over 3 younger kittens whose mother was nowhere to be found. Binks the cat. The person who spotted the 4 cats outside first wanted to see if the mother cat showed up, but no mother showed up. So we brought them into the shelter, they said. Very young kittens, and Binks seemed to be the one in charge. Little Binks the cat, watching over his siblings. And he's about the damn cutest little fluffy cat you've ever seen. So if you want to go to my Twitter at @RFHBill, you can see him. Or did we have him there?
No.
All right. Okay.
Our system is restricted as far as the speed of something like that request goes.
A gunman killed 19 kids, 2 adults, in Uvalde, Texas, a town I've actually been in. This is the deadliest American shooting since the last one, since Sandy Hook Elementary about 10 years ago. This murders took place just before noon at Robb Elementary School, where 2nd through 4th graders in Uvalde were preparing to start summer break this week. At least 1 teacher was among the adults killed. Several other children were wounded. The gunman, whom authorities identified as an 18-year-old who attended a nearby high school, armed with several weapons, apparently. He had died at the scene. The parents of these, they're having to provide DNA samples.
Yeah.
Because some of the bodies are not identifiable, which tells you what these weapons do.
Yep.
These weapons that he just purchased after he turned 18.
He also
Legally
had. He also had. Yeah, legally, of course. And of course it was legal. And he also had body armor. These weapons are easily available in the United States, and inevitably, somebody will use one of them for mass shooting.
They're especially easy to get in Texas.
President Biden spoke about it, and he said it's just sick. When, in God's name, is our backbone? When is the courage, or where is our backbone? The courage to do more and then stand up to the lobbies. It's time to turn pain into action. I will remind you that, you know, you can say, why doesn't Congress take some action on this? Congress would take some action on this, but for the Republican Party.
The House has passed 2 background check laws that have been sitting there because the Republicans in the Senate won't take it up.
We had a law that banned assault-style weapons, and then for some reason the law had a sunset clause on it, and it expired. And the Republicans refused to renew that law. So every Republican who voted to not renew that assault weapon, you guys are responsible for these things. Here, Governor Spencer Cox learned about the shootings while he was speaking at a groundbreaking for the Utah Food Bank. Sadly, I just got a text. He said that there's been another terrible shooting at the elementary school in Texas. My heart is breaking because I'm sitting here celebrating an incredible event to help people, and knowing that there is evil and suffering happening out there. I just want to thank all of you for what you're doing here at the food bank to make the world be more gentle. May God bless you for your service, and may God inspire us to give more, because we need it now more than ever. He also said, please download the Safe Utah app. Have your kids download that.
It's
you
Safe
download
UT.
it. Yeah, Safe UT.
And it's a place where if you hear people at school talking about, you know, making threats and things, you can tip people off to that. You can get help. Counseling help there.
Yeah,
There's lots
licensed
of
counselors were available through that app. And, you know, Spencer Cox, to his credit, did not say thoughts and prayers. Senator Mike Lee, I'm offering thoughts and prayers.
Blah, blah, blah.
Mitt Romney, I'm offering
Blah,
thoughts
blah,
and prayers, although I know that's inadequate, he did add. But Jimmy Kimmel, his monologue was recorded before the full extent of the horror in Texas was known, but he issued a call for action on Twitter. Kimmel urged Americans to vote the monsters who refuse to enact gun control laws out of office.
Carrie was mentioning it off the air this morning, and I've seen it a few different places. There are more guns in the United States than people.
Far more guns.
And if guns make us safer, we should be the safest country on the planet.
Yeah.
And we're not. So
it is states that have fewer guns. There are states that have fewer guns, and they have kind of tighter laws. They have fewer killings. Countries that have fewer guns have fewer killings. There's a report out, Salt Lake Tribune provided this. 18 Republican members of the Utah legislature are listed among hundreds of lawmakers from around the country who have followed far-right or extremist groups on social media, including House Speaker Brad Wilson. A new study from the Institute for Research and Education on Human Rights found nearly 900 state legislators have joined at least one of 789 Facebook groups that the organization defined as far right on the political spectrum. The highest profile Utah legislator on the list is House Speaker Brad Wilson, a member of the Lavoy Finicum One Cowboys Witness Liberty Rising Facebook group. You remember Finnegan, don't you? He was the guy who was killed with the Bundys up there in Oregon. And it's the Posse Comitatus movement. They believe that sheriffs are the ultimate authority according to the Constitution of the United States. Senator John Johnson, Republican Ogden, belongs to 7 Facebook groups identified as extremist. He's a member of the Stop Critical Race Theory group, the Weber School District Parents for Choice in Education, Idaho Parents' Rights in Education. He's also part of a pair of COVID denial groups and one affiliated with the Tea Party movement. Phil Lyman in Blanding. Part of the It Matters How You Stand and Liberty United groups, also a member of the Anti-Vax Medical Liberty Coalition, the Stand for Freedom Utah, which is an anti-vax group. He's also a member of Utahns for Election Integrity. And also, he unsuccessfully sponsored legislation in the 2022 session to return Utah to same-day in-person voting.
But it's the liberals who are radicalized.
One other quick story here. We can all take some comfort because Bret Michaels has shared his signature bandana folding technique.
Well,
Michaels, known for his reality TV series Rock of Love, sure, I know him from that. He says, I'll show you how to fold my bandana, how I fold my bandana, and then you can fold yours just like Bret Michaels. That's gold, man.
That's helpful.
That is gold.
He should sell that
in these
information.
in
He
these-
shouldn't just give that out.
in these trying times, this is helpful.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Sports weather traffic.
I saw some people texting about this, and I watched it and retweeted it, Carrie.
Oh, okay.
Steve Kerr, who I love, basketball coach.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got the NBA.
Is he aware that you love him, by the way?
I hope so. So Dallas Mavericks were playing Golden State yesterday. It was a big game, and he, you talk to the coaches before the game. What's your strategy, coach? What are we going to look for in the game? And he came out and said, I can't talk about basketball today.
Mm-hmm.
And he pounded the table and demanded action on gun control and called out Republican senators and said, kind of the same thing I was saying this morning of it feels silly to be sitting here talking about basketball when this is going. Now, he said, we'll go out and play our game and do what we're supposed to do, but don't ask me questions about basketball today while this is still going on. And then Dallas went on to win last night, 119-109. The Celtics and Heat play today at 6:30. That's your sports. Weather. So warm today, 78 and sunny. Tomorrow's that 90-degree day that we've been telling you is coming. It's still coming. And then slight chance of rain over the weekend that will cool things off back into the 70s. Let's see, traffic. Let me see if there's anything new going on I need to tell you about. This was reported about 45 minutes ago, so it could all be cleared up, but I'll let you know anyway. Crash eastbound I-80 just after Redwood Road on-ramp. Car drove into the right barrier there. For over 65 years, they've been part of your community while the name's changing. Commitment to you is not. Welcome to You First, YouFirstCU.com.
Oh, now we get to do things that must go.
Yeah. Brought to you by electricians, plumbers, and HVAC workers. X3 Tradesman is now hiring. Work for the leading tradesman employment staffing agency, X3 Tradesman. Electricians, plumbers, and HVAC workers apply now at x3tradesman.com. That's x3tradesman.com.
Things that must go on the radio from Hell Show.
Well, there are lots of things that must go. You know many of them. You feel many of them. You dear listeners, you want these things out of your life. So please send your things that must go to us. Send them to radiofromhell@x96.com. Put must go in the subject line. I'll go first. I have 3 small ones of my own. Number 1, belt loops. Too many or too few belt loops. Sometimes pants have too few belt loops. Sometimes they have way too many belt loops.
And you miss them, and then...
Yep.
You know why that is?
I don't.
They are trademarked.
What?
In the pants industry, they are trademarked. You can't have the same position or number of belt loops that, say, Levi's does. If you make it, Jordache, they are regulated. That's why some pants have bad ones.
Number 2, on your electric toothbrush, you take it out of the drawer and you don't notice that there's a hair on it, and you start brushing your teeth, and then all of a sudden there's a hair, in your toothbrush. And my 3rd personal thing that must go is thoughts and prayers.
Yeah.
Thoughts and prayers must go. Let's see now. I did receive some from Katie, and I'm trying to find them here. I don't know where.
Well, let's maybe we'll
You
swing
go
back
ahead.
to you.
Come back to me.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. A few personal ones here, first of all. People/businesses that post on, like, Facebook, let's settle this once and for all. Look, I know you're doing that to get clicks, okay? but just don't say, let's settle this. Find another way to put this, all right? You're not going to solve the pineapple on pizza situation, all right? So word it some other way. We know what you're doing. Reusable cloth ace bandages with the Velcro on the edge, so you can secure the bandage without the little metal clip. You remember the little metal clip? You have to unwind the whole bandage so you can wrap your appendage. And by the time you're done wrapping your ankle or whatever it is, you forgot how to wrap so that the Velcro will secure the bandage so
in the right way.
You wind up twisting the bandage because you got it the wrong way. Let's see, Band-Aids that are way too sticky.
And
I mean, you know, you peel them and they don't come off, you know. And let's see, that's good enough. All right, let's get to Austin's. A few things that must go. The way we board airplanes. I understand that people who pay more get the privilege of getting on first and have access to the overhead compartments, but it's the most asinine way to get a bunch of people into a small space. It should be back to front. Also, when you're pouring milk on cereal and the milk hits a small bowl-shaped flake and sends the milk flying out of the bowl. That's why some people put milk in first. I don't know. It seems strange to me, but feel free to use my name, Shane. Like everyone else, with decency and humanity, our must-goes are all senseless BS. We see it daily. It's been far too evil and chaotic for far too long. It's time for all the violence, hatefulness, death, disease, war, and all the other awful things to go away. I hope we can use our collective powers to let the light, love, and healing in humanity break through and send us peace to us all. And on that note, things that must go are the pumping of water from the Pacific to the Great Salt Lake.
Knocking it?
Yeah, people who are knocking it. Hell, if everyone gets all their hoses together and links them together, it would totally work.
We can do this.
Everyone knows that hoses are awesome and never kink or coil in weird ways. It's a completely viable idea. Lastly, people who play video games with online. Carrie, I understand why you don't online play. However, I get a kick out of the gamer tags some people choose, such as D's Nuts 007, Your Mom's 420, Pancake Paul 1000, Amish All Red 316. Bill, is that you?
No.
Also being told I'm a noob or newbie. I've been playing video games for 37 years, and when they freak out and they find out that they've been bested by an old man, I love that. Yeah, me and my AARP card will show everyone else who's boss. Anyway, thanks for the time.
Well, I found mine, and then I'll do them quick, and then Gina can go. This says, Lords and Lady, these things must go. When I see a mature tree that still has support stakes in the ground next to it from when it was a baby tree, people take the stakes out. The tree doesn't need them anymore. When the person in front of you at the drive-thru has plenty of room in front of them, but doesn't pull up far enough for you to pull up to the speaker and make your order. My kid's whining about everything. When dog owners say, oh, don't worry, he won't bite, when the dog is barking and charging at full speed right at you. End of school projects, everyone is burnt out. The phrase, in these changing times, in these challenging times, and Putin, of course. Thanks for years of letting me listen, Emily. And this one, first I wanted to say I appreciate you this morning, all three of you. I was a junior in high school when Columbine happened. Today I have kids close in age to those in Uvalde. I am lost. These things that must go, days like today, those blocking responsible gun control, and the people defending gun reform, you are delusional. Thank you, Heather.
I think that this comes on a good day. Hello, goes without saying the world's a pretty crappy place right now. Would it be nice to feel good about something once in a while? I'd like to propose a list of things that must stay. This comes to us from Tori. First thing that must stay, dogs must stay.
Of course.
They're great. For example, when I'm on a walk with my dog and my shoelace gets untied, I bend down and she stops and waits for me like she's in no hurry at all. She gives me a little kiss on my nose like, you've got this, Mom. You're the best at tying shoes. Second, people who do kind things for no particular reason must stay. There are some painted rocks in my front yard arranged to look like a flower. I jokingly call it my art installation. Almost every day a rock gets knocked out of place by squirrels. Yesterday a man was walking by my house and I saw him bend over and put the rocks back into place and then admire his work. Wasn't that nice? And finally this, when Kerry offered his custom Mona Utah So Why Not cup to a listener a few weeks ago. It was a big deal for him to offer it. Everyone knew it was a big deal, and it clearly made me tear up of how nice it was for him to even consider giving it to someone, his prized Mona mug. Anyway, I hope this list helps you feel warm and cozy inside in this particular bad world we have right now.
Things that must go on the radio from Hell Show.
Well, we've got a pretty good commute so far this morning. I have not had anything new reported since about an hour ago, so I'm just going to tell you that the roads are flowing just great. Oh, wait, never mind. Friend of the program just sent this one in. I spoke too soon. Car versus motorcycle, this says 45th South State Street. Lots of backup. Actually, a couple different people have sent that in via text at 33986. Thank you for doing that. Do you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes, multiple unfiled years? Contact McClure and Stewart for a free consultation. Go to McClureandStewart.com today.
All right, we will take a break. We will be back. We got Boner of the Day coming up, along with Big Boy News and Opinion Window, and more on the way. Stand by. Manscaped.com is the website to go to. You asked for it, and they listened. Our friends at Manscaped just brought back the Ultra Smooth package. Now, you start with your Lawnmower 4.0, of course, the best electric shave, and then you break into your Ultra Smooth package. It comes with crop exfoliator. It also comes with crop gel and the crop shaver. It's not your average razor. It's smaller and thicker with a microcomb bar that allows for the best shave possible from any angle. And we all have those hard-to-reach places, if you know what I mean. All three of these vegan, cruelty-free, and sulfate-free products are included so that you know you're in good hands without the compromise. It's time to get up close and personal with the best tools for the job. It's the Ultra Smooth package from Manscaped. So get 20% off plus free shipping with the code X96 at manscaped.com. That's 20% off plus free shipping with the code X96 at manscaped.com.
I was so angry.
What?
Saturday night. After I went to the Warped Tour, I went to a party, and I think it was about 10 o'clock at night. I get home, and I'm out. I was out on the sidewalk. It's not important why. 10 o'clock, out on the sidewalk, and what do I see coming across the street? A raccoon, and there's a lot of traffic, and he's coming right toward my house.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of traffic,
Yeah.
and the lights in the car honked, and the raccoon kind of, like this, and I thought, God, hit him! I was hoping the car had hit him, but it missed him.
Yeah.
And he came, and I'm standing 20 feet away from him.
Yeah.
And he came running, and he ran, and I started yelling at him, and he ran right up my tree, the one that's in my front yard. I have a gigantic, like
Bill treed a coon.
a 50-foot tree. Yeah, I treed a coon. I was yelling. You son of a!
No.
Oh, why I was on the
Why you
sidewalk?
were out on the front porch?
I was taking the night air.
He's
I was
farting.
taking in the night air.
He's out farting.
Yeah. I'll be back in a while, honey. I gotta go take the night air.
He's right, isn't he?
No,
Taking the night wind.
No.
That's what it is.
No, I wasn't.
There's a breeze. Let me just put it that way.
Man, I live in the city. I don't
You
need
shouldn't have-
this
no,
crap.
You have to move to the country to get away from the coons.
No kidding. It just drives me crazy.
I tell you, we haven't had any raccoon problems since Van's dog Chase killed one in the
Yeah.
backyard, and ever since then
They know.
they're gone.
I believe that when I start trap, I should go home and set up a trap, and
Yeah.
because if I trap a couple of them, they kind of lay off for a while.
Well, then that means you have to keep trapping them.
I know.
Got to send a message.
I know. I got the trap there. I just haven't. I'll set it, and Brian will come and get him.
I want reliable people who aren't going to get carried away.
This is years you've been dealing with
I
this.
just hate it.
Got to send a message to the coon community.
I haven't seen one of the cats for quite a while. The
Rush or G. Gordon, you mean?
Yeah, Rush is. I haven't seen Rush for a week. Baby Rush is finally gone.
You know, raccoon will kill a cat.
I know. They've been coexisting for a while.
Well, no, I mean, one of the Rush has been injured by the raccoon. I assume it's the raccoons before, I've taken him to the vet a couple of times with injuries. Just drives me.
Well, got to kill one. Got to kill one. Send a message.
Spill blood.
Well, it's just sprinkle raccoon blood on the threshold.
Well, where are you going to get that raccoon blood, huh?
From a raccoon, I guess.
You got to bleed one.
Can't you buy it at Sportsman's Warehouse?
No, that's urine, and that will attract them. I'm sorry.
Man.
Six. We do have Boner of the Day coming up in just a bit.
Gina's going on an airplane ride.
I am
today, and I keep a file. It's marked Gina. As a matter of fact, it says Gina file on it, and I put stories in there that I think will interest Gina or help her or
insult me.
No. It's never. It's never the intent to insult you. Like this one, adventurous playing outdoors leads to better mental health for children. You did a lot of adventurous playing outdoors when you were a kid, didn't you? Yeah, I didn't think so. But these are for you because you're traveling today.
Okay.
These are all flight attendant related, giving you advice.
Thank you.
I'll let you. Well, I'll do them in this order.
Okay.
Number one is the flight attendant shares why you should never use the toilet paper on the plane.
Well, what am I supposed to?
You better take your own.
No, there's an option. If you read the article, there's an option there.
A flight attendant has revealed a grim reason you should not use the toilet paper in the bathroom. She explained that the disgusting secret says that toilet paper is often dirty on the plane. This flight attendant said, use the tissue paper as opposed to the toilet paper. The tissue paper, I guess, is the protective.
Like the Kleenex.
No, it's the Kleenex.
The Kleenex from out of the box there. When turbulence hits, this is why you should use the toilet paper.
Okay.
And little boys who are pointing and shooting, they kind of shoot everywhere. And it usually ends up on the toilet paper, and then it'll dry. But if you don't want that kind of stuff in your nether regions, use the tissue paper.
This is a helpful tip. Thank you.
She said the tissue towels are much better to use as they're placed higher up, and they're less likely to be splashed on. It's cleaner, so use that. Now, maybe you would like to know, and this is according again to flight attendants, what really happens when you flush the toilet on a plane. Most people think that planes store their poo on the flight until the end. Others think it's dropped midair. But no, what actually happens is that the waste is sucked through a vacuum to a large holding tank on the plane and is vacuumed out when the plane lands by the flight crew.
Oh, okay.
However, Whitfield Parish Councilor Jeff Paxton, who has worked at airports for 40 years, said it's very rare that poo can leak from planes in mid-flight. It happens. We used to have problems with blue ice, frozen human waste, and disinfectant on arrivals, but that was because those toilets used to leak. Looks as though I think most of them have been fixed. But I'm sure you've wondered, Gina, is it possible to get sucked down the toilet?
Well, it sounds pretty powerful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there are horror stories of people who say they were sucked into the toilet. None of them are really true.
None of them. Oh,
doesn't.
Well, that's good news.
Can you use the toilet before a flight takes off? usually they don't. They seem to
Go
not want
before
to
you
let
get on the. You know what time the plane is leaving. There is no reason to wait till you get on the plane to use the bathroom. You do it before.
Obviously, you don't know what it's like to have a monkey bladder, and I do. Flight attendant Caroline Mercedes said the toilet breaks spark delays because it slows down the boarding process.
Exactly.
That's why they don't want to do it. It's not wise to get up and use the bathroom as soon as you get on the plane or we take off. There's always a line of people in the back during boarding that makes the process slower. So it's okay to go to the restroom before takeoff, but if you see the flight attendants performing a safety demonstration, you should stay seated and wait till that
There is
done.
no excuse for doing that the minute you board. There's a bathroom right before you get to the gate. You go before you get on.
And then finally there's a flight attendant says the perfect time to use the bathroom on a plane.
Okay.
There's a 15-minute window when no one else on the flight will be thinking about going number 2. Those poor people who get stage fright when they go to a public toilet, like you, Gina, have it even worse on a plane when there's almost guaranteed to be somebody waiting in line behind you. So if you're someone who really struggles to go on command, this advice from a flight attendant on when to head to the potty for maximum alone time.
Yes.
Head to the toilet. If you pick the right time, you have 10 minutes of peace and quiet. The perfect time comes as soon as the seatbelt signs are off.
Okay.
So watch for it. The second they go off. Yeah, most people won't need to go to the toilet yet. Failing that, the next best moment comes just at the beginning of the drink service. Because most people are keen for their drink.
Well, and I don't want to get caught by the cart.
Yeah.
You got to time that just right.
Yeah.
So the best case scenario involves you holding on until the plane lands and you reach a proper toilet at an airport. But if you have to go, those are the perfect times to do it. Okay.
Okay.
Right when the seatbelt light goes off, or when the drink service begins. Okay.
This has been helpful.
Okay. I hope so.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
There wasn't anything in there about me being fat or not exercising, and I appreciated that.
Well, I did say that, exercising, doing adventurous exercise when you're a kid leads to...
That's true.
Yeah, more better mental health, okay?
All right, so traffic, Gina, please.
A crash at the intersection of 45th South and State Street. 2 left lanes are blocked. This apparently is involving a car and a motorcycle. Traffic's also being affected eastbound and westbound, heading with delays forming in both directions there. It's a bad incident, but the only one being reported right now. If you see something and it's safe for you to text and let us know, 33986 is where you do that. The Young Automotive Group, locally owned, 25 stores, 8 locations in Ogden alone. Shop Ogden Automotive and Power Sports today. Check out the inventory online at youngautomotivegroup.com. Think young, think Ogden.
All right, we've got boners coming up, and here are the candidates you'll consider. Number 1, these people run our country, folks. Number 2, man traps. Really? Man traps? And number 3, I made a mistake. She was 16, Pastor. I sinned. Yes, you did.
All right, so we got boner of the day, big boy news, all coming up. Stand by for that. Wendy's, the hot honey chicken sandwich is what it's all about. Now, they know you love the hot honey chicken sandwich so much that you want it all the time they're open. Well, they've made it available to you with a little special bonus. Now, the hot honey chicken sandwich, as you know, the hot honey sauce drizzled over the spicy chicken filet. You can get that prepared one of 3 ways. Then they layer on the applewood smoked bacon. Then more layers, the melty pepper jack, and then a stack of tangy, crunchy dill chips. Now, you can get this as a sandwich all throughout the day. But during breakfast hours at participating U.S. Wendy's, the hot honey chicken biscuit is available during breakfast hours. And that's where they take the sandwich and they serve all of that loveliness on one of those Wendy's warm buttermilk biscuits that they are famous for on their breakfast menu. So get to Wendy's, Taste the sweet, sweet heat for yourself with the hot honey chicken sandwich. Hit the drive-thru Wendy's.
And now, it's time to play the game that super freaks everywhere want to play. It's Beat Gina. You try to match wits with a very kinky girl, the kind you don't take home to mother. Yes, she waits in room 714 with incense, wine, and candles. It's such a freaky scene. And now, here's your Beat Gina host. He's the kind of guy you do take home to meet your mother. He's all right. He's all right. He'll never let your spirits down.
No.
Carrie Jack Jackson.
Oh, thank you, Johnny. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome.
Thank you. 877-602-9696 is the number to call to play Beat Gina. And today, it's easy trivia. Come on. I mean, really.
I
What is
haven't
the
ever
topic?
seen
You've not
Pineapple
seen
Express.
You've not seen the movie Pineapple Express.
Your chances of winning are very good.
I haven't seen it either. I don't even. It's about people delivering pineapples.
No.
It's a weed comedy from
Yeah.
Seth Rogen.
Really?
Yeah.
Not Seth Rogen.
Yes, I know, right? 877-602-9696, Pineapple Express, released on this day in 2008, and I believe we do have a contestant on the line. Is that correct, Katie?
We do. It's going to be Kyle.
All right, let's go to Kyle. Kyle is your contestant for Beat Gina. Hello, Kyle. How are you?
Hi, guys. How are you doing?
All right. Kyle, your chances of winning are increased if you win the coin toss, because that means you get to go first. Heads or tails, call it.
Tails.
Tails. All right, let's see what we got here. It is heads. I'm terribly sorry, Kyle. That means Gina goes first. She does have an advantage now. This first question is hers alone to answer. If she gets it correct, she gets the point. If not, Kyle, you get a chance to answer it and steal the point away. We'll go back and forth and do that until somebody reaches 3 points, thank God. All right. Let's see. Here's your first question, Gina.
Yes.
What famous 80s band sang the theme song to the movie Pineapple Express?
Okay.
Is it A, Level 42, B, Kaja Gugu, C, Huey Lewis and the News, or D, the Blow Monkeys?
I don't think digging your scene was. Let's go.
Sorry.
Let's go with Huey Lewis in the News.
Wow. And you've never seen this movie?
No,
huh?
I have not.
Wow, that is
I
correct.
think that was a very educated guess. All right, it's 1-0 in favor of Gina, that super freak. And now, let's go to Kyle.
All right, Kyle. Which actor spent all day on set duct taped to a chair? Which actor? Was it A, Dylan McDermott, B, Dermot Mulroney, C, Craig Robinson, or D, Danny McBride?
D, Danny McBride.
Wow, very good, Kyle, very good.
Kyle's got a point. It's tied up. Gina controls the question.
Kyle's got a point.
Kyle, you have a point.
All right.
He has a point.
Gina, what does Saul wear on his head for most of the movie?
Okay.
What does Saul wear on his head for most of the movie? Was it A, a headband, B, a scarf, C, a MAGA hat, or D, a face mask?
On his head. Headband.
Headband is correct.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. I told you it's easy trivia. Come on.
It's 2-0. Gina leads, but now Kyle has a chance to tie the game.
All right, Kyle. Let's see here. Let's find a good, easy story. Okay. What kind of car does Red drive? What kind of car? Was it a Daewoo Luganza, B, a Daewoo Lanos, C, a Daewoo Thanos, or D, a Daewoo Spirocheat?
B.
B, a Daewoo Lanos? That is correct.
Yes.
It's 2-2. The game is knotted up in a tense game.
I'm so tense.
Gina controls the question. We'll wake her up and see if she can win the game.
All right. Gina?
Yeah.
What song are they rocking out to as Dale is serving zupinas at the beginning of the movie? What song is
Okay.
playing as a series of zupinas are being served? What song
Okay.
is it? Is it A, Donald Trump is the president? Donald Trump is the president. Is it A? Is it B, Butterfly Kisses? C, We Are Family? Or D, Electric Avenue?
Oh, I would love it to be Butterfly Kisses, but I'm going to say Electric Avenue.
Is Electric Avenue? Oh,
Because
my.
because there's nothing subtle about Pineapple Express.
No.
Well, Kyle,
Oh,
we're terribly
Kyle.
sorry you've not won any prizes from us because you've been beaten by
No,
the kind of girl that you don't take home to mother,
Oh,
the kind
no.
of girl that is all right, that's all right with me. Yes, she's a super freak.
Now, Johnny, wouldn't a freaky thing for me to do would be to give a prize to someone that lost to me? Wouldn't that be a freaky thing to do to
That
give
would be-
Kyle that Radio from Hell beer T-shirt?
That would be unprecedented.
It's never happened.
Kyle, you won the T-shirt and the tote bag. How about that?
Oh, perfect. That sounds great.
Well,
It is
Kyle,
perfect.
I think it's completely fitting and in keeping with the movie Pineapple Express that losers win.
Yes, we're rewarding people for their losing behavior. $7:24. Let's get to it. Boner of the day. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. And you will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to be boner of the day for today. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote, and one of you lucky random boner voters will receive
tickets to see AWOL Nation live at the Complex on October 6th.
These people run our country, folks. Following the mass shooting yesterday at the Texas Elementary School Arizona Republican Congressman Paul Gosar spread a false and transphobic claim that the suspected shooter was a transsexual, leftist, illegal alien. Gosar tweeted the claim, even though authorities had already identified the suspect as an 18-year-old male resident of Uvalde, where the shooting occurred. As of Tuesday evening, the Republican representative had not commented on his tweet. The tweet was deleted about 2 hours after it was published. This false claim has been proliferating on social media with photos of a transgender person unrelated to the attack. The images appear to have been taken off the Reddit account of a transgender artist. Among the social media accounts that shared such images is a Facebook page called North Florida Patriots. These people run our country.
And you keep voting them back in.
This is a man whose
number one.
entire family made a TV commercial begging the residents of Arizona not to vote for their crazy brother. All of his brothers and sisters.
Yeah, we are his family. Don't vote for him.
Here's boner candidate number 2. Man traps? Really? Man traps? A Fox News guest solution for school shootings. During an episode of Hannity on Tuesday, former New York Police Department Detective Pat Brosnan said schools should install man traps to capture potential shooters.
What?
Brosnan's suggestion came after the kids were killed in Uvalde.
Yeah.
Man traps, a series of interlocking doors at the school entrance that are triggered by a tripwire. The tripwire can be a gunshot, broken glass, a manual switch tossed by the school employee, and it traps the shooter like a rat, Brosnan said.
So
this man is a former police department detective. I've just arranged to have former Salt Lake City Police Chief Chris Burbank on the show this morning at 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask him what he thinks about man traps. Boner candidate number 2.
Triggered by a noise, like a loud child, perhaps?
A gunshot, a glass. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. I made a mistake. She was 16, Pastor. I sinned. Yes, you did.
All right, boner candidate number 3. Coming up after this big boy news and opinioendo, brought to you by...
Are you searching for Pokemon? Locally owned Haster Games has the best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons and Dragons, Magic, and more. Shop online at HasterGames.com or visit the store. 6831 South State. Curbside service is available.
Alec Baldwin has shared his thoughts on a viral video of a fight at Newark Liberty International Airport. The video shows a violent altercation between a United Airlines employee and a man believed to be former Denver Broncos quarterback Brendan Langley.
Oh.
The men trade blows. It's unclear who started the fight, what the altercation. Langley, however, was reportedly using an airport wheelchair to transport his luggage, and that kind of set things off, and there was a big fight. And Alec Baldwin has weighed in on that.
Well,
Why?
Thank goodness.
Why has Alec Baldwin weighed in on this, and why is it in the news? Jeez. Amber Heard was nearly recast in the Aquaman sequel for reasons other than her public disputes with ex-husband Johnny Depp. DC Films president Walter Hamada testified at the former couple's defamation trial. You see, Amber had claimed she almost lost that role because of Johnny and all of this, and Hamada said, no, that's not true. That's not true at all. He was called to the stand by Johnny Depp's legal team, and Hamada stated that the size of Amber Heard's role as Mira was determined during early stages of development in 2018, adding that her character's involvement in the story was not reduced in the following years. The sequel, he said, was instead always meant to be a buddy comedy between Jason Momoa's titular superhero, Aquaman, and somebody named Orm, played by Patrick Wilson.
That's his brother in the
Oh.
show. Yeah.
And
And
they
so-
also said the two of them had zero chemistry, and
And then
so
there was
they
Yeah.
made her part smaller because
you
it wasn't
can't-
working.
Helmut, I said you can't fabricate that chemistry. I think if you watch the movie, they look like they might have had great chemistry, but I just know that during the use of the post-production, it took a lot of effort to make it look like they liked each other. Sometimes it's very easy. You just put the characters on the screen and they worked. Sometimes it's harder, and they just didn't. They just didn't work. Big news. The Jordan School Board has voted to allow lays at graduation.
Good.
Thank God
This
for
should be
that.
a non-issue.
Ted Cruz.
Another genius heard from here. Yeah.
Representative Ruben Gallego, a Democrat from Arizona, just slammed Ted Cruz after Cruz accused people of politicizing the mass shooting in Uvalde by calling for gun reform. If you're calling for gun reform, you're politicizing it. F you, Ted Cruz.
Yeah.
You care about a fetus,
Yes.
but you will let our children get slaughtered, Gallego tweeted, referring to Cruz's support for overturning Roe v. Wade.
And he also said we need to train our teachers and have armed teachers.
Yeah. Just get your ass to Cancun. You're useless.
Exactly.
Tweeted Ruben Gallego.
The police got there. So the shooter crashed his truck. The police got there before he got into the school. The police, armed people were there on the scene before this started, and it didn't stop it. Arming teachers or having a armed security
Well, Ted-
guard is not going to stop this from
I
happening.
don't know, Gina. Ted Cruz said, inevitably, when there's a murder of this kind, you see politicians try to politicize it. You see Democrats and a lot of folks in the media whose immediate solution is to try to restrict the constitutional rights of law-abiding citizens. That doesn't work. It doesn't prevent crime, he said.
And I would never politicize anything.
What Cruz says, what prevents crime is going after felons and fugitives and those with serious mental illness. That's it. They always pin this on people with mental illness.
But yet they'll do nothing about making mental health a priority.
Well, and they'll also do nothing about making sure that guns like this don't get into the hands of people who are mentally ill.
They don't want to do a background check either. Yeah.
The United States doesn't corner the market on mental illness.
Exactly.
There is mental illness everywhere. So you can't just say this is a mental illness thing.
Yes.
There are mentally ill people in other countries that aren't shooting up elementary schools. What's the difference?
I'm
well,
here to
here
tell
they
you-
have access to assault weapons.
I'm sorry to report this. I'll just read you the headline. Some hard seltzers will start disappearing from Utah store shelves next week. Newly passed liquor laws.
Oh,
Some-
your Vizzy? You don't.
I
you won't
think
be able
my
to get
Vizzy
your
is going to
Vizzy.
go away. And whether they put it into the liquor store, I don't know. As at a monthly meeting, the Utah Department of Alcohol Beverage Control Commission was briefed on upcoming plans for hard seltzers. The agency will not require product to immediately be pulled from store shelves and sent to state-run liquor stores. There are going to be some stores that are selling products that aren't legal after June 1, based on the new definition of beer. So rather than just yank it off the shelves, we want to give a buffer zone so they can sell their products. They said, we're being nice about this.
Sure.
Yeah. Walmart drone delivery coming to Salt Lake City.
Oh, what could go wrong?
I don't know. The company said Salt Lake will be added to the 34-site drone up delivery network by the end of the year, enabling Walmart to get over 1 million packages into the hands of U.S. consumers through the air in as little as 2 hours. Once an order is placed, the package is loaded onto a drone, flown by a certified pilot, and delivered to homes by using a cable. I guess the cable
lower it
lowers
down?
A delivery fee of $3.99 will be added to all drone orders, which can weigh no more than 10 pounds. If it fits safely on the drone, it flies, says Walmart. Items eligible for drone delivery include diapers, food, and medicine.
So I would never stand outside and shoot them down to get the stuff that is in the boxes. I would never do that.
This is telling. Walmart says that one of the top-selling items that they are delivering with these drones is Hamburger Helper.
Well, it helps her Hamburger Helper make a great meal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And finally this. A new study shows that guys who are on Tinder who are shirtless, they're just shirtless, you know what? They're perceived as less competent, and more prone to risky sexual behavior.
You think?
That's what some women are looking for, I guess.
We did a whole study on this. Okay, that's it. I'm done.
Weather, traffic.
So, nice day today, 78 and sunny. And then tomorrow is that dumb day that's 92. Why is it doing that? It's not time for such matters. Then there's a chance of some storms over the weekend, which will cool things off a bit. We'll be back down into the 70s on Saturday. Traffic, we have a crash at the intersection of Riverdale Road and Wall Avenue. The entire intersection is blocked, affecting traffic in all directions. You're going to need to find an alternate route through that area. Accident exit ramp from southbound I-215 to California Avenue in Salt Lake. The right shoulder of the ramp is blocked, but not too much traffic in that area, not really causing many delays there. Crash at the intersection of 45th South and State Street. 2 left lanes are blocked. Traffic also affected eastbound and westbound, heading with delays forming in both directions. This is due to an auto motorcycle accident. Those sometimes take a little longer to be cleared up. If you're seeing something, you can text us 33986. Pick 3 services for $99 at Young Chevrolet in Layton. Options include oil change, tire rotation, brake check, multi-point inspection, alignment check, wiper blades, engine air filter, or AC system check. Learn more at youngchev.com.
All right.
Here's boner candidate number 3. I made a mistake. She was 16 years old, Pastor. Well, I said, yes, you did. Pastor John Lowe, Indiana, who confessed to adultery years ago with a teenager, publicly informed his congregation last weekend after church leaders confronted him. John Lowe has resigned New Christian Life Church and World Outreach in Warsaw, Indiana. Lowe told church members on Sunday that he had committed adultery and he wanted their forgiveness. He didn't mention that the person he committed adultery with was 16 years old.
She was there.
Yeah, she was there in the congregation, and she came up to the microphone after he confessed and said, it was 27 years ago, and I was 16, a virgin. Do you remember that? You know? I know you do, she said. The lies and the manipulation have to stop. The church said leaders confronted Lowe recently after the woman told others about the long-held secret. After Lowe made his confession, church members stood up and applauded him.
And then they booed her.
Really?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Why'd you have to bring up that? Really?
Yeah.
They were on his side of
Yeah,
it.
they were on his side.
I see.
Yeah.
Boner candidate number 3, that guy.
All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. These people are running our country, folks. Paul Gosar, a Democrat or a Republican from Arizona, tweeting a false claim that the Uvalde shooter was a transgender woman, illegal alien. God. Boner candidate number 2, man traps. Really, man traps? A guest on Fox News on the Hannity show, former police officer, wants to use man traps instead of gun control to prevent shootings. And number 3, I made a mistake. Yes, you did, Pastor.
Time to vote. Here we go. You've got to decide. Of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to be boner of the day for today? 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. And put that single digit in the message of a text. Then text that to 33986. And also, you can call Katie in the producer's booth. Use your voice to vote. 877-602-9696. Go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner of the Day, May 25, 2022, and vote there. got like 4 minutes to get your vote in. We got Dr. Angela Dunn coming up. And Chris Burbank on the way as well. Also, Beat Gina coming up. Lots of stuff to give away. Stand by for all of that. It's time to vote. Boner of the day. Here we go.
Now, I saw this story today, and
Is that the one I was going to mention earlier?
the headline is, creator of the Labradoodle calls it Frankenstein's monster.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. This was my dog. His name was Tippy.
Now, I know a Labradoodle.
I know several.
That is a lovely dog.
I know several Labradoodles.
Okay.
Or golden doodles. That's another kind of doodle, but this is...
maybe this is a golden doodle, I know.
This is the Labradoodle specifically. I'll read you this. An Australian man who created the world's first Labradoodle says he regrets creating the popular hybrid breed, claiming in a recent interview that the majority of the dogs are, quote, either crazy or have hereditary problems. Wally Conran bred the first Labradoodle, a cross between a poodle and a Labrador retriever, in 1989 for a blind woman who couldn't have a guide dog because her husband was allergic to the dog hair.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Fast forward 3 decades, which I didn't realize they'd been around that long, but the Labradoodle's become one of the most popular mixed breed dogs in the world, a fact that doesn't sit so well with the man who made them. I opened Pandora's box and released the Frankenstein's monster, said Conran. He fears people are overbreeding the dog, creating versions of their own, including Groodles.
What's that?
Well, this says golden retrievers and poodles. I always thought that was a
I thought that's
golden
a
doodle.
Golden doodle.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe it's Groodle. Golden doodle sounds better, but
Spoodles.
Spaniel poodle.
Spaniel poodle.
Spoodles.
I find the biggest majority are crazy or have hereditary problems. I have met some damn nice Labradoodles, but they're few and far between. He spent 3 years trialing more than 30 poodles as guide dogs because their hair was hypoallergenic, but they didn't have the right temperament. They're damn cute dogs.
They are.
So
I wish they would do one that tastes like cotton candy.
But they're everywhere. They are...
Well, and apparently we haven't known that they're crazy.
Yeah.
Well, the one I know, I don't know him well, but it belongs to Luba, and Nome. His name is Leo, because he looks like a lion.
Is he? So I think he's a golden doodle.
Maybe so. He's got floppy ears. I'm looking at pictures here. I don't know. They look sort of the same to me. But he's got that curly hair, though.
Well, that's the poodle. That's the oodle part of it.
The oodle.
That's why they do it. Is they don't shed, and usually poodles are good for people.
I don't remember which one he is, but he's a very nice dog.
But I want to say on the record that I don't go for the doodle.
No doodle?
No,
You don't like the doodles?
I have a golden retriever. I have the old school dog. I don't cotton to the mixing of oodles and doodles.
Are you a racist?
No,
You're a
I'm
racist. This is misogynist. You're a misogynist. That's what you are. You don't believe in mixing of the races.
I'm a goldist.
Hannah says, Labradoodles are so hyper, they chew on everything. My friend's Labradoodle chewed up a medical pill bottle, and their cat ate the pills and died.
Now,
See, they are crazy.
Now, this Labradoodle, I guess he is, Leo, he does like to chew stuff, but they have plenty of chew toys there for him. And he's very well behaved.
Ooh, I had a golden doodle, and it had a lot of health issues. I had to put it down in the end. So sad.
And I think part of the problem is they're overbreeding them now because they're super and you can get the minis.
Oh, see, now that's more my
the mini.
Yeah,
Well,
I like little dogs.
Yeah.
Playing God, though.
Yep.
information so you can talk to Dr. Angela Dunn if you'd like. We're going to have her on as soon as we award this Boner of the Day.
And it's brought to you in part by this Charlie horse I have.
That's not a delicious dinner option.
No, I had a really nice springtime minestrone soup.
And Gracie's is open daily for lunch and dinner, brunch on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. Enjoy food, drinks, and live music on the award-winning heated patio. Gracie's at the corner of 3rd Southwest Temple, adults only.
Forgot to drink my pickle juice.
Are you still doing that?
Yes, it prevents Charlie horses, and I haven't had any in a couple days, and I've now got a terrible cramp in my leg.
Okay.
What do you mean? Are you still doing that?
You haven't mentioned it in a while. I didn't know it was.
Well, it's not a great topic of conversation, really.
Well, I don't know.
Anyway, I like the taste of it, actually. The boner voting was substantial, shall we say.
Yep.
Lots of it.
And all three excellent candidates.
Now, the man traps one at the lowest voting, just really.
Because it's that stupid.
Yeah, really weak, I guess. And so it was a battle between Paul Gosar and the pastor, and they both got over 100 votes. But winning by about 30 votes, boner candidate number 3, the pastor.
All right. That's your boner of the day for today, May 25, 2022. Now qualified to be boner of the week. Is this sponsored, Gina?
No, let's just dive right in.
We do have Dr. Angela Dunn on the phone.
Dr. Dunn, good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Dr. Dunn is the director of the Salt Lake County Health Department. Is that you call you a director? Is that right?
That's one of the things they call me, but yeah, that'll work.
Yes, you recall Dr. Angela Dunn was the state epidemiologist and then moved to the county to run the health department there. Can I ask you a question that's kind of...
and by the way, before you ask the question, Bill, we're taking phone calls for Dr. Dunn today. Not always when we have her on do we take phone calls. So if you have a question for Dr. Dunn, you can call us, 877-602-9696.
And just in this segment, because we have Chris Burbank in the next segment.
Yeah, just this break. So if you want to ask Dr. Dunn a question about COVID or monkeypox, okay, I'll ask you about monkeypox, Dr. Dunn. What is it? Should we be concerned? And why don't we have any vaccine in the state of Utah for
it? So monkeypox is just a very rare disease that typically has been found in Central and West Africa. This is actually probably the first time we've ever had cases in Utah. The first time we ever had a case in the U.S. was in 2003. So it's super rare. It's related to smallpox, but not as severe. And as the name indicates, it does cause these fluid-filled pustules all over the face and body and palms. Yeah.
And they
pretty interesting disease.
That can cause scarring when they heal, right?
It can, yeah. It is similar to like those of us who are old enough to have had chicken pox, similar to chicken pox in that way.
Yeah.
There isn't a monkeypox vaccine though, so the vaccine that we would use would be the smallpox vaccine, and that is actually part of our strategic national stockpile, which is a bunch of things: antiviral medication, vaccines that are stocked by the federal government in case of biologic warfare. Monkeypox is not that, but we would have to get it from our strategic national stockpile if we wanted to use it.
And apparently they are making it available to some places. But do people just generally recover though on their own when they get it?
Yeah, absolutely. The vast majority of people recover on their own without any treatment within 2 to 4 weeks, and they can recover at home. It's like I said, it's kind of similar to the way we all recovered from chickenpox prior to the vaccine, but it's just spread a little differently.
Got a phone call.
We do have a phone call. Let's go to Shelley. Shelley is on the phone. Hi.
Hi.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay. My question for the doctor is, in all of this time, I still have never contracted COVID. I did get vaccinated about a year and a half ago, my first 2 vaccines, but still haven't gotten a booster. It was the Pfizer. And I'm just wondering if you can maybe explain how it works that some people never catch it, but I don't want to be comfortable with that. If I don't have enough antibodies, should I get revaccinated?
Shelley, that's a good question. Shelley, why don't you hang up and listen? And I've been wondering that too, Dr. Dunn. When I got COVID, and I think I know where I got it, and I was with a person who didn't get it, and I did. Why does that happen? And should Shelley get her booster? Yes.
Yes.
So, yeah, first and foremost, Shelley, definitely get your booster. People get waning immunity from either natural infection or vaccine at different times. And this is probably going to be annoying, but we don't have enough information to really understand the differences between the people who have immunity longer and people who lose their immunity more quickly. So definitely get your booster. You know, I was in that same situation in January. My husband and son got it, and I didn't get it at all, even though I was in close contact with them. But then I ended up getting it in April. So there's still a lot to learn about COVID that we don't know. But there's also, you know, emerging evidence that there are some people who seem to have a much stronger immunity than other people. And scientists much smarter than me and much more focused than I are working on understanding, you know, is there a specific DNA element in some individuals that prevent them from getting COVID. So, Shelley, you might be one of those lucky few, but I wouldn't bank on that, and I'd go ahead and get your booster.
Yeah. Dr. Dunn, so we know that COVID is prevalent, and it may get worse this summer. So that's a problem we just have to keep dealing with. Are there some other things that are? Well, we do have another call. Let's go.
Well, I was going to let you finish that. Thought.
Let's go to that, and then we'll.
Oh, he hung up.
So my question is, what other pressing issues are there the Salt Lake County Health Department is dealing with?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, as we go into summer, a lot of the things we focus on are things like pool inspections. I don't know if you guys remember, but several years ago, there was a big cryptosporidium outbreak among pools in Salt Lake County, which causes people to have really bad gastrointestinal symptoms and forced our pools to shut down, which for me would be terrible because the summers here are horrid if you don't have a place to go in the pool. So we're working hard on making sure that all of our public swimming places are safe. We're also working with our food vendors because we've got a lot of events going on where we have those kind of temporary foods set up, and we don't want people getting sick. We want people to be able to enjoy their summer. So a lot of prevention so that we can all have fun at our festivals and in our pools this summer.
Now I'm going to ask a really difficult question, and it has to do with public health. And you're an epidemiologist, but I think you've also sort of studied, been in the field of public health, correct?
Yep.
So I've heard gun violence referred to as it should be treated as a public health problem. What can you say about that, if anything?
I know. Gun violence is definitely a problem that we all need to figure out and solve collectively. Public health is part of that. And I think that idea of saying that gun violence is a public health threat, we also say that racism is a public health threat, is because it takes everybody focused on the wellness of the community in order to solve it. And that's how we treat public health issues, right? That's how we treated COVID. We all had to come together and make some sacrifices for the good of the whole. And it's the same as gun violence, and it's the same as racism, very serious issues we're facing today. The one thing that frustrates me with that, though, is that it's not, when people say that, they think that, Salt Lake County Health Department should solve it. And we are definitely part of the solution, but we can't do it alone. And it's similar to homelessness, right? These are huge societal issues that include public health as part of the solution, but really take a collective effort to solve.
What a great answer.
That's true. But the legislature also made porn a public health crisis. Let's go to Lindsay. Hi, Lindsay.
Hi, guys.
Hi.
a longtime listener since the KJQ days and first-time caller.
Thank
So
you.
Thank you. Dr. Dunn, I have a random question here. And sorry to backtrack. When you were speaking of monkeypox, you had mentioned those of us who have chickenpox. So when I was a wee little lass, I had chickenpox 3 separate times. Apparently, the first 2 cases were not heavy enough, I guess, to stick. So I had a really severe case when I was about 8 years old. So what I wondered for a very long time, and it's been hard to get an answer, is if this makes me more predisposed to get shingles when I'm older or not.
Yeah, so actually, it makes you, so you've had it your last time, you haven't gotten it since the 3rd time, I guess, right?
No.
Or shoot, okay. So I would say that it likely, you've built up immunity from chickenpox, and you definitely have immunity against shingles as well. We really worry about the people who never got either the vaccine for chickenpox or chickenpox itself, because shingles is much more severe in terms of pain than chickenpox. So that's the population we worry about. But, there's also a shingles vaccine. So once you hit that age range, it's important to get the vaccine as well, so that you can prevent having shingles, even if you had chickenpox.
All right. Thanks, Shelley. Dr. Dunn, we're out of time, but thanks for being with us. And we should do this more often.
I think so.
I am open to whatever you guys want me to do, so I appreciate you letting me listen and be on the show.
Thank you, Doc.
Bye-bye.
All right, bye-bye.
Traffic, please, Gina.
Crash southbound I-15 approaching Layton Parkway exit. Vehicles are on the right shoulder, causing some slowage in that area. Crash at the intersection of Riverdale Road and Wall Avenue. The entire intersection blocked, affecting traffic all directions. Find an alternate route through that area. I haven't seen an update on this in about a half an hour, but I'll mention it because usually motorcycle accidents take a while to get things moving again. This is the intersection of 45th South and State Street. Northbound State, 2 left lanes blocked. Traffic also affected eastbound and westbound. Delays forming in both directions. That's traffic.
All right, thank you very much. We will take a break. We will be back with Chris Burbank on the phone, and Beat Gina coming up at about 20 after. The subject is Star Wars trivia, because as far as you know, on this day in 1977, the movie was released.
Okay.
All that and more coming up. Stand by. Hoops Vision Correction, HOOPES Vision.com.
Get your LASIK procedure or the PRK if you need that, and ditch your glasses, throw them away, throw your contact lenses away, and you will enjoy summer much more than you would otherwise. Hoops Vision will help you do it. They use the latest in laser technology. Carrie and I have both done it.
I thought, I had the glasses, and then everybody said, get contacts. Well, guess what? I hated the contacts more than the glasses.
Sure.
And then Dr. Hoops came along and said, try this. And I went, oh, thank you.
Right now, Hoops Vision is offering $800 off the LASIK or PRK procedures, and that means you'll get great results for a great price. So make a free, no-obligation appointment. Free, no obligation. Just call them, 877-30-LASIK, 877-30-LASIK, or go to hoopsvision.com.
Enjoying a delicious piece of German chocolate cake pie.
Exactly.
That's kind of weird, Travis. It's Travis the Pieman here.
Hi, everybody.
German chocolate cake pie.
Exactly.
We have an official pieman for the Radio from Hill show.
Gina, by the way, I brought you your pie.
Oh.
It's a pie in a box.
It's the McDonald's.
It's the pie that she will eat.
We know she'll eat that.
You're missing out.
It's the one thing I have in common with Donald Trump.
You're missing out. This is delicious.
It's delicious. It really is, Travis.
And also, Gina, since I couldn't get you pie, I got you something else.
What? Well, you got me pie right there.
See, Travis has got
did he?
Yeah. Travis has been making stickers.
Remain Seated podcast stickers?
Uh-huh.
I
got the
love
graphic
it.
offline, was able to kind of jury rig a setup for it. So you've got some for the computer, for the laptop, for your car, whatever you want to do.
I love it. Thank you.
Travis, is it an Etsy store? Or
Yeah, it's an Etsy store called Pieman Graphics, or if you search Pieman Graphics on Twitter, it now pulls up links that'll take you right where you need to go.
You know, Gina, that those stickers have beard hair in them.
Do they?
Yeah, probably.
That's okay. I'm not going to eat them.
I try to pick them out, but picking out the beard hair makes it artisanal.
This pie has beard hair in it, and it's delicious. It's just delicious.
Well, my boys helped me with this one, and the 11-year-olds.
Yeah, Travis sells stickers on his Etsy site.
That's awesome.
He's been selling Geek Show stickers.
Now, Travis, you it's Pi Day,
right?
What do you know about the mathematical symbol of pi? Anything?
It's the magical number that lets you calculate many things in geometry. The time that they actually celebrate it today, or at least the big math geeks celebrate it today, is today at 1:59 p.m. because then you get 3.14159, which are the first numbers of pi.
Wow.
I know. It's really, you can get really geeky on this.
So there's going to be math geeks at the bar at that time?
At that exact time, they'll all raise a glass and they'll be good. And I mean, and there's little math things they come up with too, where they say that, since there's 360 degrees in a circle, if you go to the 359th position of pi, there's 360 right there.
If I understood math better, apparently it is this magical thing that you can calculate all kinds of things.
It's an exact proportion that they figure is like a magic number throughout the universe. It helps things work. But we kind of adopted it too, is instead of just being pi as in the number, it's pi as in pie. Also, pizza today is big. I think Pie Pizzeria usually does some kind of special thing, or all the other pizza chains will do something special. I don't recognize the National Pie Day that they had back in January.
Yeah,
February.
We tried to call you out on that day, and
it's just like Valentine's Day. It's a setup day where Big Pastry comes out and wants to sell pie.
Big pastry.
Big pastry. They tried to co-opt it.
Exactly.
Right.
There's only two pie holidays that I celebrate, and that is Pie Day and Pie and Beer Day on the 24th.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because nothing's better than a fresh raspberry pie and a Pilsner.
Now, Travis, I know you also have you lost your job some time ago. I don't know what, you weren't fired, but it was a.
Yeah. It's just I'm no longer employed.
Yeah.
And so right now I'm looking for anything that's either integration or
what is integration?
It's I do a lot of software.
Okay.
And basically it's taking large groups of software pieces or hardware pieces and putting it together for major companies.
Okay.
So I do integrations, implementations, support. So
if anybody has something like that and wants an employee that can bring pie on potluck day,
exactly, lots of pie.
That's
he's a great pie maker, and he knows how to do big software jobs. Travis, how do they get a hold of you?
They can just email me at travislynnjohnson@gmail.com.
Okay.
And Raul down on the border, send us in the chat room a picture of one of your Trump stickers on his computer, I think.
Yeah, I have a copy of the balloon Trump. The big balloon that they were
the
running
big
around
fat,
England, and they brought it over to Los Angeles and into New Jersey. Yeah, I sell those on the site too.
Pieman Graphics.
Well, thanks. I just devoured the pie. One slice is enough. It's very sweet, but man, it's delicious. Thank you, Travis.
No problem at all. Have a good one.
Have a good pie day.
You too.
It's 8:05. We do have Beat Gina coming up. Stand by for that. Right now, Chris Burbank is on the phone.
Chief, how are you?
I'm well. Thank you for having me.
Chief Chris Burbank, of course, a former chief of police of Salt Lake City. He was the 45th, I believe, chief of the Salt Lake City Police Department. Now he's with the law enforcement. He's the vice president of law enforcement strategy for the Center for Policing Equity.
That's too long. You got to shorten that name.
I work with academics, all right? So it's all about the title and the length thereof.
Yes. We called Chris because I wanted to get his ideas on what happened in Uvalde, what happened in Buffalo, New York. These things keep happening. Gun violence, mass violence. What do we do about this, in your opinion?
Well, we haven't done anything to address it at this point. And I think what we need to do is we need to start saying we're going to put some sort of regulation on guns. And I'm not a gather all the guns up and ban them and everything else, but let's take some steps. Just for perspective, for the last 10 years in the United States, about 10,000 people die annually in DUI crashes.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So about 10,000 people. And look at the effort, especially in this state, that we put towards alcohol and controlling alcohol and telling when you can consume, how much you can consume. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, 15,000 people every year are murdered. That's not the total gun deaths from suicide and accidents and everything else. Intentionally murdered by guns is 15,000 every year.
Mm.
And what are we doing? We're not taking any steps to measure it. We've done things in the past to regulate who has access to automatic weapons, to class 3 firearms.
Mm-hmm.
You go through a process. Doesn't mean you can't get it, but you have to go through a process.
Which doesn't seem unreasonable.
No, not at
I
all.
mean, but in Texas, anybody can walk in and get it, you know?
Well, and that's the problem. Because now compare us across the country. This doesn't happen or across the world. This doesn't happen in other nations.
Yeah.
This is a phenomenon in the U.S., and we kind of know what we're looking at.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So these are majority white males.
Mm-hmm.
More often than not, they're far-right extremist groups,
mm-hmm.
motivated by, increasingly racial hatred,
mm-hmm.
but religious hatred as well. And there is a firearm in every single one of these. Well, okay, we know what's going on here. What are we doing to specifically target those
mm-hmm.
activities or those things that are causing this?
It's fascinating to me that politicians will say, well, this is obviously a mental health issue. Well, okay, if these people are mentally ill, wouldn't it be a good idea to have mechanism to make sure that they can't get these guns,
or they get mental help? They don't even have that.
Well, but the challenge that you have is we need to look at this realistically.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Mental health is just one component. And so when you look historically at all these events that have taken place in the United States for the last 20 years,
mm-hmm.
mental health is not the one that rises to the top of the heap.
Mm-hmm.
It is access to firearms.
Yeah,
exactly.
More often, right? It is the exclusive one that is in every single one of these cases.
And this coming from a man who, for how many years since 1991, you were with the police department, and you were around guns all the time. You saw people with guns all the time, and I think most police chiefs across the country are for some gun regulation, aren't they?
Absolutely. I mean, this was something that when I was with the major city chiefs as the vice president of that organization that we pushed for on a regular basis.
Mm-hmm.
And again, it is not the extreme take guns away. Right? In the middle is the reasonableness that exists. Why don't we move a little towards the middle? I don't need to be on either side of this. Just give me a little bit of regulation. Give me some registration. Give me some harder to access. We know certain types of firearms, and I know this is going to get everyone upset. They'll call into your show. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Semi-automatic rifles, military-style rifles, are the ones that are more often not used in these. let's put a little regulation. Again, you can own this, but you've got to just go through one or two steps. Now, the thing is, it's not going to prevent all these from taking place. There's already too many firearms in the nation as it is, so access is a problem. But imagine if it makes it just that much more difficult. If it separates the perpetrator of this or the person with a thought in their mind a moment from being able to do this, maybe it saves lives. What if we had done that in this case, and I think is the total now 19 children would still be alive today?
Do you think it does any good? There are people say, well, we need to put armed guards in schools. That's just what we need to do now. I heard somebody actually say, our veterans, maybe we could have veterans go and protect schools. It'd give them something to do.
So the fallacy of this is in many of these circumstances, and I don't know this particular one in Texas, but in the ones in Utah, there are people with firearms carrying them legally in the situation that do not have the ability or do not act and save the day.
Yeah.
And so this notion that guns are going to save us from guns is ridiculous. Because now think about this. Do you want to potentially set up the gunfight in the middle of the school, or do we want to just try and prevent this from occurring in the first place?
Yes.
Exactly.
It must have been awfully
Safety
frustrating.
is about prevention.
Yeah. It must have been really frustrating to you when you were police chief to have the legislature liberalize, concealed carry permits and I think Utah became one of the states where people from out of the state would apply to get a concealed carry permit. Was that frustrating for you?
Oh, extremely frustrating. The more frustrating one is the open carry nonsense.
Yeah.
So imagine if you're working in a 7-Eleven in the middle of the night and someone walks in with a gun on their head. What is the first thing that you think is going to happen to you?
Exactly.
Uh-oh.
And then you dial the police, and the police say, oh, I'm sure that's just a nice person carrying a gun. Don't worry about it until they pull it out and point it to you. Then give us a call back.
Yeah. Chris Burbank, former chief of police of Salt Lake City, now vice president of law enforcement strategy for the Center for Policing Equity, or CPE, if you prefer. Chris, thanks a lot. It's always nice to talk to you, and we'll talk to you again soon.
Thank you very much.
Take care.
All right, traffic, please.
The crash southbound Highway 36, Village Boulevard. This is in Stansbury Park on the right shoulder. Crash I-15 southbound approaching Layton Parkway exit. Vehicles are on the right shoulder, causing some slowing through that area. Crash at the intersection of Riverdale Road and Wall Avenue. The entire intersection is being affected. Find an alternate route for that one. And motorcycle versus car accident, 45th South and State Street. I haven't seen an update lately, but those usually seem like they take a while to get cleaned up. That's traffic.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, Beat Gina is next. We have some messages and a song, and then Beat Gina. What is the prize if people beat you at Star Wars trivia?
I have Jack White tickets. He's coming to USANA Amphitheater on June 10th.
Jack White tickets to give away. Beat Gina at specifically the first movie, A New Hope.
Okay.
Released on this day in
Episode
1977. Episode 3. 4.
4?
4.
When did that change?
What?
No, it's 4.
4?
Yeah.
Okay.
Episode 4.
Take his word for it.
I mean, I'm not arguing. I'm just surprised.
When did that change?
I don't.
877-602-9696 is the number to call to play Beat Gina. Get on that, all right? BigOTires.com.
You know, Big O Tires, there's one in your neighborhood, I feel almost certain. It would behoove you to get to know them at the Big O Tire store. I go to the one on 2nd East and South Temple whenever I need something done with my tires, or they do brakes and alignments and oil changes and all that kind of stuff at Big O Tires too. So get to know them. Go to BigOTires.com and find your store.
They also have a sale going on. It's their big Memorial Day sale. Buy 3, get 1 free on select sets of in-stock tires, plus a free conventional oil change.
Now, like if you want an oil change, what's really cool with Big O Tires is that you can make an appointment online. You don't have to go in and say, can you change the oil? And say, well, come back in a half an hour, or it'll take us an hour and a half. You make an appointment online. Just go to BigOTires.com. And just also remember, they're the team you trust.
Real Alternative is back. X90.
You know, ever since
Yes.
Orange 45 was kicked off of Twitter,
Yeah.
permanently.
Do you miss him?
No, because here's why. I used to, doom scroll. I used to just go through it and just go, oh my God, what the hell has he done now? Now I get this fun content now. This is why I joined Twitter, was for the fun stuff. That's why I was here originally.
Fun stuff like what?
Like this. You can always count on Geek Twitter to, well, mostly outrage me, but occasionally surprise me with this wonderful little exchange between some geeks here. A poem.
Okay.
A poem.
And then 2 follow-up poems. Roses are red, violets are blue. You'll never pass the Kobayashi Maru.
I'm sorry.
It's a Star Trek reference. It's a battle maneuver, and
it's a test that they give you at Starfleet Academy that you cannot win. And the purpose of the test is to teach you what it's like to deal with a no-win scenario,
an unwinnable situation,
unwinnable scenario and so you have to be, as a captain, be able to face death and.
And of course, Kirk was the only one to ever successfully.
Of course.
Well, and here's the follow-up. Roses are red. Visit Ontario. I don't believe in the no-win scenario. Then followed up with, roses are red. Some tulips are black. You can bypass it with a Kirkian hack.
I think I'd rather have Trump. I'd rather have
really?
Trump. Yeah.
Really? Not me. I will take this over doom scrolling any day.
I haven't been doom scrolling lately, so that's nice.
I miss the anger.
You miss the anger?
Yes.
I'm relieved to be.
Listen, Starfleet Academy's tests are terrible. Starfleet Academy tests are the worst.
Try Trump University.
Trump University tests superiorly.
Simple tests. All
right.
I think one of my favorite Trumpy things was those stories where he could have been a professional baseball player.
Oh yeah, he was the best baseball player they'd ever seen.
I was very good.
The best, they said.
Went on and on.
Because that's what I think of when I look at him as professional athlete.
People were hard pressed to even remember that he had played baseball in any organized fashion anywhere. Now they did finally find some people say, "Oh yeah, he was." Yeah, I do remember that, but I was being scouted by the pros.
People are saying, and I'm hearing that this Mr. Spock is no good. That he's low IQ and his test is stupid.
We haven't given we were supposed to give a Tiger Woods update every 9 minutes today, and we haven't done it.
Damn
Nobody told me we were supposed to do that.
Well, it's the only news story that's happening right now, Bill.
Because I'm just looking at pictures. They pulled the car out of the woods where he went down a ravine.
Mm-hmm.
It is amazing he survived that.
Yeah, it is. It's just totally crumpled.
Another Tiger Woods updates. Following the story for you every 9 minutes on the nines, a Tiger Woods update. Tiger Woods is fine. He's just fine.
I mean, not really fine. Not like fine. He's.
I did your Ashley Judd story, and you weren't even here.
I was. My camera's just not.
Are you here now?
Yes,
I
I'm
can't
right
tell.
here.
Where?
I'm right here.
I can't.
Over here.
I don't. What?
Right here.
No, I don't.
I'm in your head. I'm in your ears.
I don't see you.
I've got an old camera that you can mount on top of your computer. One of those old ones,
Yeah, but then I look like I'm being filmed on an old camera, right?
No.
Just
Gina, go to the web, and what I did, I've got a nice. It's an HD Pro Logitech camera. I think it was $28.
Yeah, it wasn't much at all.
That's what I use. I plug that into my computer, and it's got a long cord, and I can move it around wherever I want.
All right.
It's $28.
Okay. I'll get it.
Wealthy family like you can afford a $28.
Family? What is a wealthy family?
Just get up out of the lap of luxury and get a camera, will you?
Okay. I was trying to save money by using my phone.
Well, it's caused nothing but problems so far.
And let's talk to the accountant guy about how you can write it off or something.
I can't because I'm an employee, remember?
Oh, yeah, and that's when Orange 45 changed the rules so that I can't write things off or take mileage.
Exactly.
Always comes back to Donald Trump, doesn't it? You
Everything.
liberals.
Beginning of the show, end of show.
Another Tiger Woods update. Maybe this will distract. Tiger Woods' car is beyond repair.
Yes.
We'll have more for you coming up, as this is the only news story happening in the nation today. Tiger Woods.
I think we need to examine how he got the name Eldrick. That's his name.
Tiger Woods update. People are asking, and it has yet to be answered. How did he get the name Eldrick, and did this contribute to his angry driving? Was he also pounding on the steering wheel saying, Eldrick, Eldrick, why Eldrick? People are saying, and I'm hearing. Tiger Woods update.
Times. Don't we all need a little something? Don't we all need a little stopping power? Don't we need a hand up and a light to show us the way? Well, I've got just the thing for you. I'm your announcer, Johnny Ola, and the antidote to all the brouhaha is Beat Gina. It's a few moments where you can let your mind wander, just like Gina herself does. And now the star of Beat Gina, not Gina, but your host, Carrie Jackson.
Oh, thank you, Johnny Ola.
You're welcome, Carrie.
All right. We've let the randomizer choose our contestant today out of a full line of phones, and it is Mia. Hello, Mia.
Hello.
Mia, you got to turn your radio off, okay?
You can hear everything you need on the phone.
Yeah, everything is right here.
Okay.
All right, okay.
I mean, thanks for listening on the radio.
Yeah.
That's great.
Thank you for that.
Of course.
Okay. Mia, here's the deal. It is multiple choice pop culture trivia. Today it's Star Wars A New Hope trivia. because the movie was released on this day in 1977, as far as you know. We need to determine who goes first in the game, so we'll do a coin toss. Heads or tails, Mia? You call it.
Tails.
Tails. Coin toss app says tails. So right away, Gina at a disadvantage.
You are a step closer to getting those Jack White tickets. He's coming to USANA Amphitheater on June 10th.
All right. Mia, this first question is for you to answer exclusively. If you get it correct, you get the point. If you don't get it correct, I'm going to give it to Gina and let her answer it correctly. If she does, she's going to steal the point away from you. And we'll go back and forth with control of the questions until one of you get 3 points. Okay. Keep in mind, this is just for the original Star Wars movie, Episode 4, the first one from 1977. All right. Mia, at the beginning of the movie, there's a giant spaceship, a Star Destroyer, and it's chasing another ship. That ship was called the Tantive 4. All right? What was the name of the Star Destroyer that was pursuing that small ship?
This is very specific.
The name of that Star Destroyer, was it A, the Devastator, B, the Penetrator, C, the Destiny, or D, Megamaid?
I'm going to go with A.
Devastator is correct. There you go.
Nicely done, Mia. It's 1-0. Now Gina's turn.
Gina?
Yes.
What are the stormtroopers in Mos Eisley looking for? Is it A, R2-D2 and C-3PO, B, Obi-Wan and Luke, C, the buffet, or D, a great deal on an XP-38 land speeder? We'll even throw in the sports package for free at Crazy Watto's Speeder Shop. Any model, any make, go see Watto. Give your pocketbook a break, go see Watto. It's a giant supermart from the dealer with a heart. Go see Watto, go see Watto, go see Watto.
And as an Italian, I'm offended by that character.
You should be.
George Lucas is rolling over in his grave.
I believe these are the droids you're looking for.
R2 and 3PO? That is correct.
It's 1-1. Now Mia.
Mia. Thinking that Star Wars would flop, what did George Lucas do instead of attending the premiere?
He didn't? Really?
He was convinced that it was going to fail.
I did not know this.
And he decided what to do instead of attending the premiere. Was it A, he immediately went to Marvel Comics headquarters in New York to start development on Howard the Duck? B, took the time to invent a flannel shirt dispenser that works kind of like a paper towel dispenser, but it dispenses flannel shirts? C, went on vacation to Hawaii with Steven Spielberg? Or D, had surgery to install an inflatable neck sack? Blowing the jokes by stumbling here. Mia?
I'm gonna go with C.
Vacation in Hawaii with Steven Spielberg, where they came up with the idea for Indiana Jones and the Raiders of the Lost Ark.
There you go. It's 2-1. Now Gina has a chance to tie.
Gina.
Yes.
In this movie, who is the first to say, I have a bad feeling about this? Who is the first?
Okay.
Is it A, Han Solo? Is it B, Luke Skywalker? Is it C, Princess Leia? Or D, John Gold Boyum, the film critic from the Wall Street Journal?
This is hard because I can hear them saying it, but I'm
They
trying
all
to
say
think
it.
when. Well, how? Oh.
They all say it.
Ah. Is it Luke?
It is Luke.
Oh, it's 2-2. But you know, because Mia won the toss, her advantage, she now has a chance to win the game.
Gina? Gina?
No, this is Mia.
Oh, no, yeah. Mia, sorry.
Yeah.
Mia, Gina. Mia. What isn't allowed in Mos Eisley Cantina? What isn't allowed in the Mos Eisley Cantina? Is it A, outside food or drinks? B, flash photography? C, Jawas, because they're disgusting creatures? Or D, droids?
D, droids.
Wow.
That's right, Mia. You win the game. You win Jack White tickets.
How nice.
Thank you so much.
You're so welcome.
All right, Mia, hang on the line, and we'll get your information for those Jack White tickets.
And thanks for playing our game. I have to go now. Wednesday is the day Yes?
Oh, I was wondering, Johnny, if you could give me a ride to the airport. That would
No. Wednesday is the day I take some time to clean up my manzillion.
Oh, so you can't give me a ride to the airport.
Okay. Bye, Johnny. Thank you very much. All right. We do have news brought to you by...
Johnny has a manzillion.
I had no idea. He doesn't strike me as the...
Well, you never know.
All right.
And I am going to the airport after I read this sponsor.
All right.
Take an unforgettable cross-country adventure into the hidden wonders of the natural world, into America's Wild 3D. Visit some of the most beautiful but untamed landscapes of America, opening Memorial Day weekend in Clark Planetarium's IMAX Theater.
Well, be careful, Gina, while you're gone. To protect yourself.
I'll be checking in. I'll be...
Are you going to do a Facebook Live?
Yeah.
sometime?
Oh, yeah, I am. So when Festus and I go to the movie, we might do a couple of them. Yeah, we're going to the movie tomorrow, and then we're going to go to Harry Potter World on Friday. I might
the
do one
movie
from
being
there, too.
Top Gun.
You want to see the matching T-shirts, don't you?
Of course.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, love you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right.
Yeah, and I'm Bill, still at home. I don't have any symptoms yet, so I'm probably going to be in the clear, but we'll see. All right. We talked to Chris Burbank about guns and gun control there. Chris Burbank, former Salt Lake City police chief. The mass shooting at the Texas Elementary that left 19 kids, 2 adults dead, has once again brought gun laws, people talking about them and doing nothing about them at this point. Gun control remains one of the most pressing and heated debates in politics. For the life of me, I don't know why.
Yeah.
Although the federal government hasn't passed gun control or gun rights legislation recently, states are passing measures of their own, and it is shown that states with stronger firearms legislation have fewer gun deaths. That's according to a study by Everytown for Gun Safety, a nonprofit that advocates for gun laws. Everytown identifies 5 foundational policies for reducing gun deaths. 1, requiring background checks and permits to purchase handguns. 2, requiring permits to carry concealed firearms in public. 3, extreme risk laws, which allow courts to remove guns from people who pose a serious threat to themselves or others. And the next one is requiring secure storage of guns and rejecting stand-your-ground laws.
Yes.
Everytown tracks a total of 50 policies in each state covering areas like gun industry and product safety, guns in public, keeping guns out of the wrong hands, policing and civil rights, and sales permitting.
We got this text from a listener. In Washington State, it took me 7 days to be vetted for a handgun. In Utah, I walked in and purchased a handgun, shotgun, and lots of ammunition within 15 minutes, and the store apologized for how long it took to get everything processed.
And yet you have to go through several tests and to get a driver license.
Yeah. He says it's really problematic who can get guns and weapons and how easily.
Jeez. Let's see. This tragedy.
What?
And I thought maybe you'd bring this up. Do you know who Colin Cantwell is?
Name is familiar. Help me.
Star Wars spacecraft designer.
Oh, yes.
Died at the age of 90. Cantwell was an animator, conceptual artist, and computer expert who played significant production roles in science fiction films like 2001: A Space Odyssey, Star Wars, and War Games.
I mentioned it briefly on Monday in Geek News because nobody would really know who he was, and so I wasn't going to go into it. But he's a fascinating dude.
Well, his work on several influential movies reached its peak with Star Wars. To impress Mr. Lucas, Cantwell decided he would build something, and he built 2 elaborate steampunk-like spacecraft models from parts that he had taken from dozens of hobbyist kits. He got the job even before George Lucas had found a studio to do the work in. So He produced the original designs for.
I want to say the X-wing, the TIE Fighter, and the Death Star.
Yep. You're right. Oh, the cockpit. He did the cockpit for the Millennium Falcon. The wedge-shaped Imperial Star Destroyer. He did a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
The Battle Station, all of that. Dead at the age of
90.
Leslie Jones going to star in a new adult animated comedy series from Warner Brothers. It's currently in production at Warner Brothers Animation, according to Variety. She was recently seen in 2021's Coming to America, recurring role in Our Flag Means Death. The animated series doesn't yet have a title, but production details are pretty slim. But the source says it will be adult animation, and she will play a lead role.
It's a superhero story,
Oriented, huh?
and it's right now called The Plastic Woman. But there's a problem with that in that DC owns the rights to Plastic Man and Plastic Woman, and that's not what this is. This is a different thing because they're developing their own Plastic Man, Plastic Woman projects, and so...
a disturbing video from inside Ogden High School's girls' bathroom showed a student attacking another student. The victim's mother told Fox News that her daughter was beaten to the point of losing consciousness. They just left her there in the bathroom and went running off, the mother said. Seven Republican senators objected to Pennsylvania's electoral votes on January 6, 2021, over baseless, totally bogus claims of fraud involving mail-in voting. Those senators are now taking a much different approach to absentee ballots when it comes to Pennsylvania's closely contested Republican Senate primary.
Yep.
The race between Mehmet Oz, the Donald Trump-backed TV doctor, and David McCormick, the former hedge fund executive, both of them are turds, is still too close to call. McCormick's campaign on Tuesday filed a lawsuit to ensure that mail-in ballots that lack a required handwritten date are counted in hopes of closing the gap with Dr. Oz. The Republican National Committee intervened against the effort, siding with Dr. Oz on the matter. It's likely to head to a recount no matter what happens. And in Georgia, a landslide victory that represented a resounding rebuke for Donald J. Trump. Governor Brian Kemp of Georgia won the Republican nomination for a second term on Tuesday, turning back a Trump-fueled primary challenge and delivering the former president his biggest electoral setback of the 2022 primaries. Trump had made defeating Kemp and his allies a top priority because Kemp and Brad Raffensperger, who was the election official, they refused to say that there was voter fraud in Georgia. They said there was no voter fraud. We certify the 2020 election. There were no irregularities. Donald Trump called Raffensperger, you'll remember, and said, I just need to find like 11,000 votes. You could find those. Well, they didn't do it. Trump personally recruited former Senator David Perdue to run against Kemp and by association also Brad Raffensperger. And no, the voters said no. The Republican voters in Georgia said we like Kemp. Now Kemp is going to face Stacey Abrams, who ran against him last time, and it was a close race. Stacey Abrams did very well, but she didn't prevail. But the feeling is that she'll give him a good run.
I think hopefully this time. Yeah. We got to get rid of all those turds down there.
Yeah. And then let's see, how much time do we have?
One quickie.
Let me find this. Oh, this is kind of, Arby's. We have the meats. They've sold plenty of meat. Plus, they periodically have done these specialty meats, duck, venison, elk. But among the pantheon of fast food brands, Arby's has actually never offered the most popular meat out there, hamburger. They boast that they sell premium Angus beef sandwiches, but not ground beef between a bun. Well, Arby's announced that they're finally adding a burger to the menu for the first time in their 58-year history. And as the king of meats, they've decided to go upmarket using Wagyu beef for a limited edition steakhouse burger.
Ooh.
Using our meat expertise, Arby's claims that this new burger is the highest quality that the fast food market has ever seen, featuring a blend of 52% American Wagyu and 48% traditional ground beef. The resulting 6.4-ounce patty, touted as 50% larger than McDonald's Quarter Pounder, is then cooked sous vide style, leaving mouth-watering, leaving, and they're not kidding.
That's funny.
Leaving mouth-watering, marbling, rich flavor and buttery tenderness. I'm going to try it.
I'm going to too. Yeah.
They put American cheese on it, which is good. And,
I'll give it a shot.
Yeah, so
All right.
there you go.
The sports desk has left, so don't worry about it, Katie.
Trying, but I was coming up short.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Let's see, weather. I've got weather if you don't.
I've got weather.
Okay, weather, traffic.
Weather, today's sunny with a high of near 78 and low winds. And then tonight it's going to be mostly clear with a low of 65. 56, I'm sorry, 56 is a low. So you might be able to leave your windows open if you like. Tomorrow, mostly sunny and a high of 91. So be prepared for that. Just a heads up. And traffic, quick refresh really quickly. Crash westbound I-70 around Richfield. There is clearance time at 9:45. It looks like it doesn't tell me which side of the road is blocked.
It doesn't matter, Katie. Nobody in
I know.
Richfield is listening.
Crash southbound Highway 36 at Village Boulevard in Stansbury Park in Tooele. The right shoulder is taken up right there. Should be cleared hopefully around 9. And then everything else was over an hour ago and looks to be cleared. That is traffic brought to you by Medicaid and CHIP, providing health care coverage for Utah's kids' enrollments. Always open. Apply online at coveringkids.health.utah.gov or call 888-222-2542.
Thank you. Things that must go next.
The music starts at 10 with a 1-hour non.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Today, we find our beloved missionaries knocking on the door of a sand crawler on Tatooine.
Man, this thing is huge. Who ever heard of a camper being 100 feet long and nearly 60 feet tall?
Well, it's not really a camper. It's more like a mobile home. An entire tribe of Jawas call this sand crawler their home.
Well, I guess we better introduce ourselves before they decide to move on.
Hi there. I'm Elder Chris Jansen, and this is Elder Jensen. Hi. We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
And we was wondering if you had heard of our church and if you'd like to know more about it.
Lehigh, I think my universal translator in my name badge is broken. Could you tell me what the little guy said?
Well, I didn't understand him either. Oh no, our translators must not be programmed for Jawa. Now we'll never be able to bring them our message of salvation.
Excuse me, sir. Perhaps I could be of some assistance.
And I suppose that you speak Jawa.
I am a protocol droid, programmed in over 3 million forms of communication.
And I suppose that one of those over 3 million forms of communication is Jawa?
Oh, Jawa's like a second language to me. You be quiet, R2. I do speak Jawa like a native.
Well, then, if you wouldn't mind, could you tell us what they're saying? Talk to them.
Utna Bak Chala Elders? He says that they want your hyperbikes.
Well, you tell him that we need them to do our missionary work and that we would really need to be going soon, too.
Kala Chuk Nakta Zulatem, Elders Lokta Nimboshan. Oh my.
What did he say?
He says that they will join your church in exchange for the hyperbikes, and they want to keep your name badges too.
They want eternal salvation and our hyperbikes?
Cool. They get our bikes and we get our first converts. What a deal. I mean, there must be 200, maybe 300 Jawas on board this piece of junk. I mean, we could convert them all.
Butch, those hyperbikes don't belong to us. They belong to the church.
And so will the Jawas after we baptize them.
Could this be it? Converts for Elders Christiansen and Jensen at last? Would the church frown on bartering for membership? And how many Jawas can you convert for a pair of Mark 32 hyperbikes with custom fender flares and luggage racks? Tune in next time to hear Lehigh say... No, and that is final. Now, Mr. Tree-P-O, if you would just kindly ask the Jawas to give back our name badges, we'll be on our way.
Well, all right. What if I give them my luggage rack and fender flares and we just baptize, a couple of them?
No! That is your big problem, Butch. You always try to do things the easy way.
Oh, yeah? Well, listen to this. I've been letting you win at Scripture Chase.
On the next growth stunting episode of Space Elders!
Brought to you by
The Young Automotive Group is locally owned and has 25 stores, 8 locations in Ogden alone. Shop Ogden Automotive and Power Sports today and check out our inventory online at youngautomotivegroup.com. Think young, think Ogden.
Things that must go on the radio from Hell Show.
Well, there are lots of things that must go. You know many of them. You feel many of them. You dear listeners, you want these things out of your life. So please send your things that must go to us. Send them to radiofromhell@x96.com. Put must go in the subject line. I'll go first. I have 3 small ones of my own. Number 1, belt loops. Too many or too few belt loops. Sometimes pants have too few belt loops.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes they have way too many belt loops.
And you miss them, and then...
Yep.
You know why that is?
I don't.
They are trademarked.
What?
In the pants industry, they are trademarked. You can't have the same position or number of belt loops that, say, Levi's does. If you make it,
Really?
Jordache, they are regulated.
Well,
That's
there you
why some pants
That's crazy.
have bad ones. Yeah.
Number 2, on your electric toothbrush, you take it out of the drawer and you don't notice that there's a hair on it, and you start brushing your teeth, and then all of a sudden there's a hair, in your toothbrush. And my 3rd personal thing that must go is thoughts and prayers.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thoughts and prayers must go. Let's see now. I did receive some from Katie, and I'm trying to find them here. I don't know where.
Well, let's maybe we'll
You go
swing
ahead
back
and
to you.
Come back to me.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. A few personal ones here, first of all. People/businesses that post on, like, Facebook, let's settle this once and for all. Look, I know you're doing that to get clicks, okay? But just don't say, let's settle this. Find another way to put this, all right? You're not going to solve the pineapple on pizza situation, all right? So word it some other way. We know what you're doing. Reusable cloth ace bandages with the Velcro on the edge, so you can secure the bandage without the little metal clip. You remember the little metal clip? You have to unwind the whole bandage so you can wrap your appendage. And by the time you're done wrapping your ankle or whatever it is, you forgot how to wrap so that the Velcro will secure the bandage so
in the right way.
You wind up twisting the bandage because you got it the wrong way. Let's see, Band-Aids that are way too sticky.
And
I mean, you peel them and they don't come off, And let's see, that's good enough. All right, let's get to Austin's. A few things that must go. The way we board airplanes. I understand that people who pay more get the privilege of getting on first and have access to the overhead compartments, but it's the most asinine way to get a bunch of people into a small space. It should be back to front.
Mm-hmm.
Also, when you're pouring milk on cereal and the milk hits a small bowl-shaped flake and sends the milk flying out of the bowl. That's why some people put milk in first. I don't know. It seems strange to me, but feel free to use my name, Shane. Like everyone else, with decency and humanity, our must-goes are all senseless BS. We see it daily. It's been far too evil and chaotic for far too long. It's time for all the violence, hatefulness, death, disease, war, and all the other awful things to go away. I hope we can use our collective powers to let the light, love, and healing in humanity break through and send us peace to us all. And on that note, things that must go are the pumping of water from the Pacific to the Great Salt Lake.
Knocking it?
Yeah, people who are knocking it. Hell, if everyone gets all their hoses together and links them together, it would totally work.
We can do this.
Everyone knows that hoses are awesome and never kink or coil in weird ways. It's a completely viable idea. Lastly, people who play video games with online. Carrie, I understand why you don't online play. However, I get a kick out of the gamer tags some people choose, such as D's Nuts 007, Your Mom's 420, Pancake Paul 1000, Amish All Red 316. Bill, is that you?
No.
Also being told I'm a noob or newbie. I've been playing video games for 37 years, and when they freak out and they find out that they've been bested by an old man, I love that. Yeah, me and my AARP card will show everyone else who's boss. Anyway, thanks for the time.
Well, I found mine, and then I'll do them quick, and then Gina can go. This says, Lords and Lady, these things must go. When I see a mature tree that still has support stakes in the ground next to it from when it was a baby tree, people take the stakes out. The tree doesn't need them anymore. When the person in front of you at the drive-thru has plenty of room in front of them, but doesn't pull up far enough for you to pull up to the speaker and make your order. My kid's whining about everything. When dog owners say, oh, don't worry, he won't bite, when the dog is barking and charging at full speed right at you. End of school projects, everyone is burnt out. The phrase, in these changing times, in these challenging times, and Putin, of course. Thanks for years of letting me listen, Emily. And this one, first I wanted to say I appreciate you this morning, all three of you. I was a junior in high school when Columbine happened. Today I have kids close in age to those in Uvalde. I am lost. These things that must go, days like today, those blocking responsible gun control, and the people defending gun reform, you are delusional. Thank you, Heather.
I think that this comes on a good day. Hello, goes without saying the world's a pretty crappy place right now. Would it be nice to feel good about something once in a while? I'd like to propose a list of things that must stay. This comes to us from Tori. First thing that must stay, dogs must stay.
Of course.
They're great. For example, when I'm on a walk with my dog and my shoelace gets untied, I bend down and she stops and waits for me like she's in no hurry at all. She gives me a little kiss on my nose like, you've got this, Mom. You're the best at tying shoes. Second, people who do kind things for no particular reason must stay. There are some painted rocks in my front yard arranged to look like a flower. I jokingly call it my art installation. Almost every day a rock gets knocked out of place by squirrels. Yesterday a man was walking by my house and I saw him bend over and put the rocks back into place and then admire his work.
Aww.
Wasn't that nice?
Mm-hmm.
And finally this, when Kerry offered his custom Mona Utah Why Not cup to a listener a few weeks ago. It was a big deal for him to offer it. Everyone knew it was a big deal, and it clearly made me tear up of how nice it was for him to even consider giving it to someone, his prized Mona mug. Anyway, I hope this list helps you feel warm and cozy inside in this particular bad world we have right now.
Things that must go on the radio from Hell Show.
Traffic, please, Katie.
Most recent thing was about an hour ago, and it was a crash southbound highway next to Stansbury Park in Tooele. The right shoulder is still closed, but it might be cleared here in the next few minutes, as it says 9 o'clock. Otherwise, everything else is very far behind, and everything looks green and good to go. So that's your traffic for you.
All right. Thank you very much. We're going to take a break. We will be back. We got Big Boy News, Opinioendo, all that and more coming up. Stand by for all of that. Brooklinen.com. Don't miss out. Brooklinen's Memorial Day sale is here. Yes, you need to swap out that stuffy winter bedding because, well, it's spring and coming into summer. They've got you covered with light, moisture-wicking linen or crisp, cooling classic sheets. That's a good place to start with Brooklinen. That's what they're famous for. And then once you discover the wonderful sheets, you're going to move on to other items that are on their website. They got all kinds of stuff for your house, but I mean, I love the bath collection myself. Each towel style is made with the highest quality, 100% Turkish cotton. And they have the waffle towels. They've got the super plush towels that are like spa-like luxury, thick towels. And then they got beach towels and pool essentials. And they also have tank tops and shorts in their loungewear collection. All kinds of stuff for yourself to make yourself comfortable in your home at Brooklinen. The Brooklinen Memorial Day sale is here. Now, if you miss this sale, like if you're listening on a podcast or something, you can still save. Visit brooklinen.com. Use the promo code X96 for $20 off of your purchase of $100 or more. That's BROOKLINEN.com with the promo code X96.
X96.
And now, let's try to beat Gina. It's the game show that even the living dead love to play. It's the kooky, ooky, and altogether spooky Halloween edition of our game. We have horror trivia galore all this month and fabulous prizes to get. It's a radio from Hell tote bag. And now, let's meet our host, the man who knows that when hell is full, the dead will walk the earth. When he's not hosting our game, he's out killing zombies. Kerry Jackson.
Oh, thank you, Johnny. Thank you so much. How are things in the basement?
Oh, dusty.
Dusty. How do you keep your pipes working so well in all that dust, Johnny?
I thrive on dust.
Oh, okay. The announcer anomaly, that is Johnny. All right. We, off the air, we tossed a coin to determine who would be our contestant, and we have decided that, well, the coin has decided, that is. Debbie is going to be our contestant for Beat Gina right now. Debbie, are you there?
I am. Good morning.
Hi, Debbie. All right, Debbie, we're going to toss a coin again to determine who goes first. It does give you an advantage in the game. Debbie, heads or tails?
Heads, please.
Heads. All right. Coin toss app says tails. Uh-oh. That means Gina goes first. Okay. All right. So this is it. It's Night of the Living Dead trivia. Gina goes first. Debbie, this means that this question is solely for Gina. She gets to answer it without any interference from you, like Orange 45. Don't step in there.
Shut up, man. Don't make me say it, Debbie.
But if she gets it wrong, you get a chance to steal the point away by answering the question correctly. So pay attention, even though it's not your question. Gina.
Yes.
Oh, first person to 3 points wins. As she fled from the cemetery zombie,
okay,
Barbara crashed the car that she and Johnny had arrived in. What did she hit? Was it A, a tree, B, a gas station, C, a popcorn stand, or D, Dennis Quaid's dignity?
I'm going to say a tree.
A tree is correct.
Yes.
It's 1-0 for Gina. Now, Debbie, you control the question. and we'll have a chance to tie the game. And Debbie, we're having a little hard time hearing you. At least I am.
Yes.
Maybe you could step up to your phone a little more.
Okay, is that any better?
It's a little bit better, but speak up there. Debbie,
Okay.
where did Ben find his truck? Was it A, at the big Trucktober sales event? He saved a great deal of money on. B, Beekman's Diner. C, the Naughty Pine Cafe in Loa. Ask for Hazel. Or D, the Peach Pit Diner.
I'm going to go with B.
Beekman's Diner is correct.
That is correct. It's now tied 1-1. Gina's turn to try and answer a question.
Gina, which actor/actress played one of the Trapped Seven as well as one of the Living Dead? Was it A, Carl Hardman, B, Marilyn Monroe, C, Dame Judi Dench, because she can play anything, or D, Marilyn Eastman?
I'll go with D, Marilyn Eastman.
That is correct.
That was really difficult. It's 2-1. Debbie, now you have a chance to tie.
Debbie, what is Karen Cooper's single line of dialogue in the film? I hurt. That's A. B, MAGA. C, I turned myself into a pickle. I'm Pickle Karen. Or D, I can feel myself rot.
Oh. D.
I can feel myself rot? Good
Yes.
guess, but incorrect. I'm sorry. Gina?
Well, then it would have to be, as much as I want it to be, Pickle Karen.
You're going to win. You're going to win, you know, if you get this right, Gina. And we
Go
won't
on
have any
for a
more of
minute?
these. We won't have any more of these fabulous questions.
Oh, okay, you turned me Pickle Karen. That's my answer.
Oh, no. Gina, that's incorrect. It's I
Oh.
hurt. Okay.
But you still control the question, I believe. That was the steal, so you still
Okay.
Yeah,
control
that was
the
the
question.
steal, so
Yes.
now this is your question. You control it. Gina, what does Ben use to keep the undead at bay? Is it A, that new Vin Diesel record? Have you heard it?
Yeah.
B, fire. C, circles of salt on the ground. Or D, an apple a day. Keeps the zombies away. That's the old saying, right?
That's what I heard. Yeah. I don't know. Do we need to stretch this out anymore, or should I just put a stake in it?
Yeah, we can just.
Okay. That would be torches. That would be fire.
Fire. There we go. You
Gina
are the
wins
winner, Gina.
the game.
Oh,
Fabulous.
Gina, way to go.
Yeah, way to go, Gina. That was
It's
brilliant.
all good. It's all good.
Debbie, you were a good sport. Would you like the promise of someday getting a Radio from Hell tote bag?
Yes, I would. Yes, I would.
Okay.
Hang on the line. We'll get your information, and someday someone will contact you about how to get it.
The Wet Sprocket is the actual name of the band.
Yeah. I forget where that's from.
Toad the Wet Sprocket, they took the name from a Monty Python sketch.
Yeah.
So, just real quickly here, and I'm not going to get into brand names or any specifics. Keeping this generic.
I won't be able to drag it out of you.
I'll tell you off here.
Okay.
We have 2 cars in our family. One of them was having trouble. I took it to the dealership to be repaired. Always had great experiences, and I still had a great experience with this dealership.
Okay.
So I took it in, and they said, well, all right, we'll try to figure it out. They diagnosed the problem, and the next day they said, we know what it is. This part in this section is going to cost you this much, and this part in this section is going to cost you this much. I went, okay, great. Need to do it. Has to happen. Go.
Okay.
He says, well, you also asked us to replace your windshield wipers. I said, yes.
Okay.
He said, that'll be $96.
For just the windshield wiper?
Just the front ones.
Oh, my goodness.
Just
to which I said, you do understand that's ridiculous, right? And he said, whispering, yes, I know. I said, well, we won't be doing that.
Because you can go to Big O and they'll do it.
Well, yeah.
Know?
I mean, I thought it was strange that I have to order my back windshield wipers separately because it's so small. But that's
like I said, this was just the front ones.
That's outrageous.
I completely forgot to ask about the back ones, but it was just his response when I said, you realize that's ridiculous, right? Him whispering, yes, I know.
And I'm betting that the 2 parts that you purchased and the work that was done on the car was fairly substantial.
Oh, it was very. I spent about $1,500.
So there you go. So it would seem to me
you'd think
that I don't know who you were dealing with, a salesperson at that point.
It was the person in charge of the repair desk
in parts and labor. Okay, it would seem to me that they would have some kind of discretion to say, you know what, we'll just take care of that for you.
You would think.
Yeah.
You would think that decisions like this could be made, but I'm betting that he's not allowed to make those kinds of decisions.
Yeah,
I'm betting that management told him, no. And that's why they're $96.
Yeah.
Here's an example of how things should be handled. And it's a lot less money, but it's still. My computer was acting up. I had to take it into PC laptops. And they figured out what was wrong with it, and then they said, you probably just have to buy a new computer. We're sorry. And I said, we tried to do it, but we just can't. And I said, okay, well, I need it for work. And so I don't remember what I paid for it. It was a fair amount of money for a new laptop, probably $1,000 or something like that. And I had a remote camera, a USB camera. And I said, I want to make sure this works too. And I plugged it in, and the camera wouldn't work. And I said, what's wrong? And they said, well, I don't know. It should work. Let's plug it into another computer. Didn't work on another computer. Right. And so they said, the camera's dead. Here, why don't you just take one? And they gave me a new camera.
Wow.
There you go.
Now, that probably $40 or something like that. Not a lot of money, but it was just that nice gesture of, here, we got you another one. Go ahead. Just take the camera. That's the way people should do business.
Sure.
That's the way Dan Young has his people do business.
Well, like I said, when the guy whispered, I know it's ridiculous. That's that answered all of my questions.
Yeah.
It's clear that, the person above him or the whole auto group, I don't know, has said, this is the way it is. This is the way it shall be. We don't care.
You have no discretion.
Yes, no discretion. Exactly. That being said, I still love this car, and I still love that department. They've never done me wrong.
Yeah, well, I mean, it wasn't his fault.
No, it's not his fault at all. And I didn't get upset and yell at him. Now, when I stopped in to make the appointment, there was a guy. This comes back to it. there was a guy who was there before me, and he's wearing a shirt from the place that he works. Okay?
Yeah.
And, it's got his name on it and everything.
Right.
And this guy was being a total dick to these poor people working there.
It's not going to get you anywhere.
And I just kept thinking to myself, do you want to throw those kind of fits while you're wearing a shirt of where you work?
Yeah. Out in broad daylight.
In broad
Call the work up. You have the name on the shirt, I'm sure, too.
I know the company and the name of the guy, and I'm like, I don't think I'm ever going to call that company.
Listen, occasionally I will throw a fit at a business. It's time to just put your foot down. You know? And I mean, I'm not yelling and screaming, but I'm firm, and it's time. And I always make sure I'm wearing an X96 shirt. Always. Radio from Hell shirt. I'm going to do that.
And you're pointing to your name on the shirt.
Yes.
Right here.
Well, I just say, don't you know who I am?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Just a bad choice there, I thought. Yeah. Bad choice all the way.
Oh, well.
Okay.
Too bad.
Let's see. Well, we will take a break. We'll be back. We got big boy news and opinioendo. Stand by for that. And a whole lot more on the way. RenaissanceRanch.com.
If you suffer from addiction, and it's a sickness, you struggle with it, or your family member struggles with it, a loved one, it's a serious problem, and the hardest part of all of it is allowing yourself or your family member to reach out and get help. But help is out there. Renaissance Ranch Addiction Treatment Center. It is a premier facility here in Utah with hundreds of five-star reviews for their addiction treatment program. Now, I should point out it's designed for male patients specifically, and they have residential and outpatient services both, and they do take most insurances. And Renaissance Ranch is staffed by recovering addicts, and they have great empathy because they understand. So go to RenaissanceRanch.com for a free consultation. That's RenaissanceRanch.com.
I have to go over to the stairwell here and tell Chainsaw Guy that we're ready for him.
To come over?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'll do that.
So this is usually it's a best question of the week, but this week it's Chainsaw Guy is going to be answering questions from you, our listeners. So Katie has some emailed with Chainsaw Guy. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm right here, ready to go.
All right. Well, then let's start.
Hey, wait, who's that?
That's Katie.
Oh, hey, Katie.
Long time no see.
I love Katie. You love haunted houses, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
Well, we've worked together, actually, Katie. I was the chainsaw guy at your haunted house when you worked over there at the Nightmare on 13th.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yep, all right. Well, I got a couple questions for you, sir.
Okay.
So, this one comes from Derek. It says, I know everyone is sick of hearing about COVID and the issues of mask wearing. But you being a person who wears a mask that I would assume would wear it always, what do you have to say to those people who believe this ridiculous idea that people cannot function normally with masks on?
Well, I don't know about functioning normally, but I know that mask wearing is very important. And you can put your eye down or something. Or if you don't put your eye down or something, you might take a bite. You got it too, or something cool. You're because they're sort of, and then you get on the map. You can anywhere, we can have a snack. You can, but you've got to be careful. And let's just give it a sample. And watch out for the build-up of mold.
Oh.
Build-up of mold. What? Mold. Okay. Behind the mask, you get the mold occasionally. Okay.
All right. All right, I got another question then.
What?
So, what sort of advice could you give a guy who spent all of his rent money on lottery tickets, and now that rent is coming up and all of his money is in Chevron, he has no idea what to do?
Tough. Next question.
Next question.
Next. I don't have all the time. A moron.
You don't have anything to say
No,
about that?
that's all.
No. That's it?
You got to build up a bold.
All right, final question, sir.
Okay, I'm ready. Wait a minute.
Do you have a favorite chili recipe?
Do I ever? I'm telling you, what you do is you take your cans home and you get your cans of sugar. And then lay up them and don't turn them sugar. And then you take your cake off and and you take a my favorite recipe is that cans home and then you have and then take a bag of food and empty them and then it's a Denison's. Delicious. Denison's.
All right.
Canned chili.
Well, Chainsaw Guy, I know you've been super busy. This is your busy time of year, and for you to take just a few minutes with us every year at Halloween, it doesn't feel like Halloween unless we talk to you, and you are always so helpful and have great advice.
Well, thank you. I've got to go back and work on. I'm remodeling my rec room, you know.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I got to go back and work on that. I built this display case for all of my old Playboy magazines, and now I'm going to build a little rack where I can where I put all my Perry Como records.
Perry Como records.
Perry Como. Listen, you put on a Perry Como and open a Playboy. Can of Denison's and I'm set.
Okay.
See you later.
Happy Halloween,
Happy
Chainsaw
Halloween,
Guy.
sir.
$9.19 right now.
I love lobster.
I do too.
That's good.
Great.
That's good.
You can like lobster and enjoy that bit. I
Yes,
know
indeed.
it's possible.
It is.
It is possible. All right, let's get to some big boy news and opinioendo brought to you by...
Demand for nurses is higher than ever. Nightingale College blends online classes with on-ground supervised field experience. Enrolled now for our upcoming fall semester. Visit us at nightingale.edu.
Now, I don't know if correct me if I'm wrong or I'm misremembering this.
All right.
Let me start this way. Woody Harrelson's latest movie, the movie he's in, Triangle of Sadness, it's called.
Okay.
It earned an impressive reception at the Cannes Film Festival over the weekend. The dark comedy, directed by Swedish filmmaker Ruben Östlund, follows a model played by Harris Dickinson and his influencer girlfriend, Charles Dean, who embark on a luxury cruise for the ultra-rich, captained by Woody Harrelson's character. The film has made a big splash at this year's festival. At its premiere on Saturday, there were such waves of applause that Österlund compared it to a crowd at a soccer match. And then it says a standing ovation is one thing, but an 8-minute standing ovation at Cannes. Don't we read about movies at Cannes that get 8-minute standing ovations all the time?
I believe Top Gun. That's a new movie that everyone's... the director said people are going to walk out.
Yeah, Crimes of the Future.
Yeah. He got one.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was another one that I read about.
Yeah. It happens all the time.
It happens all the time.
And every year there are movies that... And every year there are movies that get, 8-minute, 10-minute standing ovations that are terrible.
Yeah.
That happens as well. But I just thought that the overwhelming response, really? Brooklyn Beckham. That's, I think that's, what's his name? Bend It Like Beckham.
Mm-hmm. That's his first name, Bend It Like.
Yeah, I think that's his son.
Mm-hmm.
What's his first name? I can't think of it. Beckham, Katie. Come on, you're soccer.
Beckham. David.
What? David, that's right.
No, it's
David.
Bend It Like.
Bend It Like Beckham.
Yeah.
He got anyway, his son, Brooklyn, got a new tattoo. A tattoo of his wedding vows in honor of his wife, Nicola Peltz. He showcased his latest inking on Tuesday when he shared a black and white photograph of himself lying in bed with his arms stretched out. And yes, indeed, kind of on the inside of his arm, it looks like, is a whole script written out on his arm in ink.
I'm sure he won't regret that.
Well, if they stay together, he won't. An old tweet by Texas Governor Greg Abbott.
Yep.
Urging his constituents to buy more guns is getting new attention on Tuesday after 19 children and 2 teachers were murdered in a mass shooting at an elementary school in Uvalde, Texas. Sick ass, wrote Representative Rashida Tlaib. I think that's misspelled. That's why. As she shared the 2015 message, Abbott at the time wrote that he was embarrassed because Texas was ranked second in new gun sales. Let's pick up the pace, Texas, he wrote, tagging the NRA.
So they can be number 1.
Yeah, that's what they want. Several of Texas's...
He wants to be president, by the way.
Yeah. Several of Texas's... Well, Roosevelt was in a wheelchair. Several of Texas's top Republicans shared their thoughts and prayers, of course. Thoughts and prayers.
Yep.
After the gunman opened fire. But Republican lawmakers have refused to support the possibility of any gun control measures as the nation continues to reel in the wake of the worst school shooting since Sandy Hook 10 years ago. Instead, elected officials called for more armed teachers and fortified schools meant to keep bad actors away from children, saying laws to limit access to firearms don't work. Well, that's not really true. There are statistics to show that there are states with fairly strong gun control laws in the state, and there are fewer gun deaths in those states. It's just statistics, folks. If you got guns, people are going to use them.
Yeah, and you're more likely to use them on a family member.
Or themselves.
Or yourself.
I don't understand this at all. Arriving just in time for the 2022 summer grilling season, Miller Lite announces the launch of new Miller Lite Beer Coal. It is Miller beer infused charcoal for your Miller Beer Coal features charcoal infused with concentrated form of Miller Lite beer. They say when it's burned, it releases the taste of Miller Lite, wrapping whatever you're grilling in a smoky beer blanket. Now I'm thinking that this is horse crap.
You think this is a joke?
That it does. No, I don't think it's a joke.
Oh, okay.
I think they're doing it, and I think they're going to try and convince people that you can actually infuse meat with charcoal that's been infused with beer, that you can somehow put a beer flavoring into that. No.
Well, there are some charcoals that have like hickory and maple.
Yeah.
I just don't know if beer is the kind of thing that would transfer.
No, if you're going to do that, do the roast chicken where you put the beer can inside of the chicken. Yeah, and then it makes it more moist and stuff. But that just seems like a waste.
I think they ought. Well, I think what they ought to do is get them for false advertising. I don't think it's forensic testing on a skull found in the Minnesota River has brought a surprise. Instead of solving a modern missing person case, the skull belongs to a young man who lived about 8,000 years ago.
Wow.
Kayakers spotted the remains last summer in the drought-depleted river and alerted authorities. A newly completed FBI analysis has just revealed the surprising age. It was a complete shock to us that the skull was that old, said the county sheriff. His department had put up a Facebook about the discovery, a Facebook post about it, but then deleted it after objections were raised by the Native American community, because it obviously would be the skull of a Native American person. This is a good, I don't think we talked about this on the air yesterday. Opposites Attract, and a new collaboration between two massive brands appears to be exactly that. A chaotic mashup. I don't think it's chaotic at all. Ritz crackers and Oreo cookies.
Oh, it's a great idea.
Being combined into a single sandwich snack. Oreo dates back to 1912. Ritz was launched in 1934. The company who now owns both of them, Mondelez, says that the forthcoming Ritz Oreo hybrid is the first time that they have ever worked together. It looks delicious to me. There is a Ritz cracker with a layer of cheese.
No, it's the Oreo filling, isn't it?
No, there's a layer.
No, it's 2 layers. Yeah.
There's 2 layers. There's the Ritz cracker.
The picture I'm looking at is not good here.
There's cheese. There's one here that I've got that it's turned on its side.
I've got the advertisement. There's like 7 of them
I
in
see
here.
it now. I see it now.
So there's the Ritz. There's a layer of cheese. Then there's the cream filling, and then the other side is the Oreo.
It's not cheese. It's peanut butter.
Oh, is it?
It's filled with cream and peanut butter flavoring because Ritz did the peanut butter sandwiches.
Yeah, cheese didn't make
Cheese
sense
would not
to
work,
me.
I don't think.
But peanut butter makes sense.
Yeah, that sounds a lot better.
I was hoping it was cheese.
Well, it says peanut butter on the box.
Okay, well, I was hoping it was cheese. Oh, yeah, there it is. Peanut butter. It's peanut butter flavored cream.
yeah.
It's not peanut
It's not
butter.
peanut butter. It's just flavored cream.
It's like, because the Oreo filling is not anything but lard with sugar in it, essentially.
Which is why you can do the different flavors and all that.
Yeah. And finally a United Kingdom couple thought that cats really did have 9 lives after they buried their kitty in their backyard.
Oh, yeah, I heard about this story.
Only for the kitty to return the next day, like a scene out of the Stephen
Pet
King
Sematary,
novel.
yeah.
Sometimes dead is better.
It's church.
However, as it turned out, they had interred a different feline. I still can't get my head around it, they said. The neighbor found the corpse of a black and white cat that they thought was their pet Lucky, and they buried that cat.
Oh, man.
So it wasn't really a cat coming back from the grave. They buried a cat that they thought was their pet cat, and it was not.
At least that cat got a burial.
Yeah. Lucky returned. And
Well, then they said we started to see the missing cat signs, and we had to go to the neighbors and go, we think we buried your cat.
I'm sorry.
Sorry. By the way, Pet Sematary, I hate that movie. It's just so mean about little kids.
Did you see the new one?
I was
no.
so mad how
A
they
remake?
switched it.
No, I didn't. I didn't see it because it didn't have Fred Gwynn in it. Sometimes dead is better.
You're a Fred Gwynn purist.
Yes, I am.
All right. Weather, please.
Weather brought to you by, do you or someone you love struggle with addiction? Help is out there. Renaissance Ranch is one of Utah's best addiction treatment centers. Schedule a free consultation at renaissanceranch.com. We are going to have a high of 78 today with pretty clear skies and a nice low of 56 tonight, so you might be able to leave your windows open. It's going to be fairly clear. And tomorrow, be prepared. Wear something light because it's going to be 91 as your high tomorrow. And so we're starting to get to the summer temperatures rather than going into spring first. So that's how I feel, but that is your weather.
Thank you.
When Carrie, Bill, and Gina run out of things to bitch about, we give you a 1-hour
It's 20 warning signs your liver is sending you right now.
What are you? Why are you looking directly at me?
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
Now, before we get started, I'm concerned because our announcer there says, because people love a good list. I don't think so.
How do you know?
We're getting complaints about these lists.
List
I
complaints?
haven't seen them.
And I'm like, well, what's? And they said, well, get a good list.
Well,
I'm like, these are good lists.
I think this is a helpful
Well,
list.
this could be a lifesaver for me.
And it's just
apparently.
because you don't find a list interesting doesn't mean it's not a good list.
Okay, so number 1, 20 warning signs your liver's trying to send you.
Uh-huh.
You have super itchy skin.
Uh-oh.
It's an early sign. It might just be dry, but if it's becoming a regular thing, it might be worth getting checked out, especially if it's itchy. Also, it's an indicator of cirrhosis of the liver.
Uh-oh.
Really?
Number 2, your skin or eyes are turning yellow.
Uh-oh.
Well, yeah, that's a sign.
Seeing the whites of your eyes start
Jaundice,
to turn yellow, it's it's jaundice.
yeah.
And it could mean your liver's in trouble.
That's what all of these mean.
Yeah, you've gained a lot of weight.
Uh-oh.
Your liver may be to blame. Another symptom of liver
You don't
cirrhosis.
need to say that every time.
Do you know what liver cirrhosis is?
It's when your liver cirrhosis is.
The disease develops slowly, replacing healthy liver tissue with scar tissue, blocking blood flow through the liver, inhibiting the organ from working properly.
Right. Believe me, I know that.
But then a conflicting symptom,
What's that?
you're losing weight.
Well,
So which one do you pay attention to?
I don't
But
know.
see, that one's a red flag for Hep C. So either you have cirrhosis or Hep C. So they're both bad.
Well, I wish my liver would make up my mind.
Your palms are red.
Uh-oh.
Well, I mean, I'm naturally pink.
Could be due to fatty liver disease. If
Okay.
your palm, I always
Okay.
say that wrong. Palms.
It's palms.
Your sleep schedule's out of whack.
Yo, whoa!
Culprit?
Liver.
Liver.
Mhm.
Liver
Yeah.
cirrhosis.
I don't know. You're giving the liver an awful lot of
Your
credit
memory's
here.
gotten worse.
What?
No, that's just with age.
What are we talking about? Yes?
You're always tired.
What?
All of these
Uh-oh.
symptoms are
These are
worse.
just being a person, all of these
Yeah.
things.
A person who has to get up at 3 in the morning.
Your appetite's disappeared. That hasn't happened.
No.
You're a man experiencing enlarged breasts.
Uh-oh.
Again.
No, that's just aging.
I'm working on them.
That's just aging.
Your personality's changing.
Shut up.
You bruise easily.
Oh! Look at this.
You have swollen legs and ankles.
No.
No, you're good there?
No.
Yeah.
You feel confused.
About what? Where?
I'm in radio,
Huh?
of course.
What?
You have body pains. This is a list of...
Again, these are all things. This is this is the kind of list that people are complaining about.
These are all things that can happen for any reason.
You're bloated.
What?
Your urine is dark.
It's no.
You're okay with... It's
Yeah,
lemonade?
No, it's
Okay.
it's pink.
You can't concentrate. It's pink. That's another problem.
Seems fine to me. It's gaily colored.
You have dry eyes or a dry mouth. All those things, none of those things.
Well,
Again, these are all things that happen to people.
yeah.
I don't think it has anything to do with cirrhosis.
No, it's.
But it could.
It could.
This is a terrible
It
list.
could also have something to do with
You know
leprosy.
what? I'm going to write an email. Dear Radio from Hell, I hate the lists.
But the liver holds a special place in the heart. You got to.
That's true.
That's what. Yes,
We
it
hope
does.
you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
Okay, 6:36. And do we have a list?
Well, yeah.
'Cause I have a list.
I have a sponsor for lists.
I have the most popular baby names for 2021. They just compiled the list of that.
Oh, I thought you said it was in Utah.
Yeah, for Utah, and
Oh.
I also have the nation.
Oh, Okay.
You want to do that? Or?
Well, I have 17 movie stars who were drunk or stoned while filming classic scenes.
Are you telling me this is a dueling list that we haven't done in forever?
Oh, I don't know if I don't know if mine's suited for that because it's
Probably
just like,
not. They're
so
just
let's listen to the drunk
sponsors.
But sponsored by Pick 3 services for $99 at Young Chevrolet in Layton. Options include oil change, tire rotation, brake check, multi-point inspection, alignment check, wiper blades, engine air filter, or AC system check. Learn more at youngchev.com.
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
Of course, I always have in my back pocket 20 simple sauces that'll transform any meal.
Just in case.
That's always there.
All right.
Okay.
Well, let's see. This list will not land for some people because I don't think a lot of people have seen a lot of these movies, but here we go. Can't Hardly Wait is the movie.
So I don't think I've seen it.
Ethan Embry was so stoned while shooting Can't Hardly Wait, the only thing he remembers about the experience is being asked by the director if he was altered.
Does that mean circumcised?
In Splash, John Candy filmed one of his most iconic scenes in Splash, drunk after a run-in with Jack Nicholson.
If I had a run-in with Jack Nicholson, I'd probably get drunk too.
Let's see, the episode, featuring the alum of Splash, the film's director, Ron Howard, told the story of how John Candy arrived late and drunk to shoot the famous racquetball court scene, which he did look rather bad in.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He says Candy apologized, saying, "Here's what happened. I'm telling you the truth. I'm at the bar, and Jack Nicholson is at the bar. Jack Nicholson knew my name, Ron, and he starts buying me drinks. And I said, but I've got to go shoot. And he said, you're going to be all right, kid. Don't worry about it. And he kept buying me drinks. I never went to bed, Ron. I never went to bed." Bob Hoskins and John Leguizamo were so drunk on the set of Super Mario Brothers that Hoskins broke his finger.
Well, they had to be. They don't want to know what they're doing in that
I was going to say, they were drunk when they accepted the script.
Yeah.
Mario and Luigi spent a lot of days dipping into Hoskins scotch to make the experience less interminable because they knew that they were working on a dud.
Yeah.
During one take, an inebriated Leguizamo was behind the wheel of their character's van, and he hit the gas too fast, and the door closed on Hoskins' hand, breaking his finger.
Oh.
If you look closely, you can see Hoskins wearing a coat on his finger at times in the movie. Billy Bob Thornton, not surprising.
No.
Rip-roaring drunk for Bad Santa.
Okay, I was going to say, this better be Bad Santa, because that's all he played.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's talked about that. I mean, I don't think he normally.
He just got
gets
really
drunk,
into his part.
He said
I think he said he did it on purpose.
He did method drinking, as he put it, on a couple of days.
Yeah.
But he was the most soused when he filmed the scene where his character drunkenly melts down at the mall and attacks a decorative Christmas donkey. That's where the kids are lining up to get their pictures.
Yeah.
He started his day by drinking 3 glasses of red wine, vodka and cranberry, and then a few Bud Lights. He said, by the time I got to that scene, I barely knew I was in a movie.
My goodness.
Later, when shooting the part where he rides an escalator in a drunken stupor, Thornton says he fell asleep standing up and was jolted awake upon reaching the top of the escalator. Let's see. Now this I did not know, and I should know because I know a lot about Apocalypse Now.
Mm-hmm.
At the beginning of the movie, Martin Sheen's character suffers a breakdown in a hotel room.
Well, yeah.
He was drunk doing that scene.
Made the tears flow easier, maybe.
He had a heart attack while they were
during the filming. Yeah, he said, I'm an alcoholic. I got sober in '89 and I was drinking very heavily at the time. When it came to shoot the scene, I was so dangerously drunk I could hardly stand up. Still, he committed to the scene's objective, which was to establish his character, Captain Willard, as dangerous and reckless. I went very deep into my own personal pain and alcoholism and self-loathing and all of the things that make up being a human being. The most famous scene is when he punches the mirror, bloodying his hand.
Yeah.
He revealed that was a drunken mistake. He was closer to the mirror than he realized. He said that Francis Ford Coppola wanted to stop filming immediately, but he refused. He wanted to continue wrestling the demon on camera. And so I did, And I just showed a completely broken, desperate guy. And as I recall, he rubs blood on his face.
Yeah.
When he does that.
Yes, he does.
Leaving Las Vegas, Nicolas Cage, of course.
Well, yeah, it's about a drunk.
Exactly. Let's see. The Beatles smoked so much pot on the set of Help, it was understood they wouldn't be able to film much after lunch. A hell of a lot of pot was being smoked while we were making the film. Adding, Ringo said, adding that their eyes were almost always red in pictures from the set. McCartney remembered how being high could make even the simplest shot hard to get. All we had to do was turn around and look amazed. But every time we turned around to the camera, there were tears streaming down our faces. It's okay to get the giggles anywhere else but in films because the technicians get really pissed off with you.
I can imagine.
Paul McCartney is a lifetime pot user, has made no secret about that. Remember, he spent like a month in jail in Japan because he got busted with some marijuana.
Carrie Fisher and Harrison Ford partied all night with the Rolling Stones and then showed up to film scenes from The Empire Strikes Back.
Okay.
Episode 5 was filming in England when the day before an early call time, Eric Idle invited Fisher over to hang out with the Rolling Stones. You know, like you do.
Yeah.
I called Harris and I said, get over here. This is ridiculous. I wonder how he remembers it. I remember that we never went to sleep, so we weren't hungover. We were still drunk when we arrived in Cloud City the next day. We don't really smile a lot in that movie, but there we were smiling. Well, now I got to go back and take a look at it. Oh, yeah. Watch it again, I suppose. All right. Lists.
We hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
Coming up sometime, I promise, 20 simple sauces that will transform any meal.
Transform any meal.
Yes.
All right. We'll take a break. We will be back. opendoor.com/myoffer. It's very important that you put the /myoffer after you type in opendoor.com/myoffer. You can get a free offer on your house at opendoor.com/myoffer. An all-cash offer for your house. If you need to do it quickly, I went to opendoor.com/myoffer, saw for myself how easy it is to request an offer. You can get a free offer on your house. Sell directly to Open Door. You don't have to make the repairs. You don't have to do the prep work, schedule the showings. You choose your close date and move on your schedule and avoid double moves and double mortgages and all of that stuff. You can sell in a matter of days. You can focus on what's ahead of you in life. They take a look at your house along with recent sales in your neighborhood, and they come up with a very competitive offer, a real offer. So go to opendoor.com/myoffer. Open Door is represented by Open Door Brokerage, Inc., license 02061130 in California, and Open Door Brokerage, LLC, in its other markets.
So, speaking of TV, I was feeling really down yesterday, and most of this week I felt just kind of down and out of it, and I thought I need some comfort from a TV show. And I thought, oh, damn, you know that Joe Pera show? Joe Pera Talks with You. The first season of that was so gentle and so nice. I thought, I wonder, and lo and behold, I didn't know, but there's now a second season of it available. So I sat down and I watched a couple of episodes. I cannot recommend this show highly enough. It's I think each episode is 15 minutes long, something like that. The first one, Joe Pera talks with you about beans, and he builds a bean arch.
A bean arch?
So it's this, and he goes through it and how he does it, and he built this big wire frame that's an archway, and then he's planting beans at the bottom so that they'll climb up all over the archway.
A beanstalk? He's working on a beanstalk.
Gene, it's a bean arch. Specifically, Joe Pera. It's a bean arch. And he said, I don't know how tall I'll make it. Maybe I'll make it tall just so the beans are dangling down and you can just barely reach them. It's just so comforting. And
you
so
feel better
sweet.
now after
I do.
watching? Okay.
It is so sweet. And I watched 2 of them. And I thought, no, I'm not going to watch anymore because I want to watch them. My wife was not around last night. She was off doing roller derby. And so I've just got to. I'm going to rewatch them. They're just. I can't recommend it highly enough. It's on Cartoon. Is this it?
Adult Swim is where I watch it.
Yeah, Adult
Right
Swim.
over there.
Mhm.
Oh, hello.
Hey, Joe. Please don't come over here.
Okay.
I'd invite you to join us, Joe. But as you know, each breakfast crew has a delicate balance. Each individual brings something unique to the table, and that makes for great conversation.
I understand.
Let me introduce you around to the boys. There's Jack, our political junkie.
Joe, did you know that 93% of Americans don't approve of murder?
Then there's Jeff, our sports guy.
I missed my son's graduation to watch the U.S. Open on TV.
Tim Rick, he's our Joe Pesci type ball buster.
So, Joe, how old are you? Your face tells me you're 10, but your bald spot tells me you're 63. So what is it?
It's just that was from the first season, The Breakfast. Joe Pera talks to you about breakfast.
And where is this?
Adult Swim.
Adult Swim. Cartoon
And I
Network.
just find it. I just find it on demand, and it's great. It is a great show. Such a sweet, gentle, wonderful guy, Joe.
It's a shame that we couldn't find a place for them before now, but I have learned that people mostly want to watch shows about people, so I tried to respect that. Someday, though, I'll make a program with only trees. Maybe even start my own network. Tree TV. No people, just trees.
That's Joe.
Maybe every now and then we'd show an NBA game, but that's it.
That's it.
I can't be the only one who'd prefer to watch Old Chico, a 9,000-year-old spruce, after reading the news. The downside is that my network won't provide much opportunity for human actors. But as we reassess what is essential, I wonder if actors are. Well, there are definitely two. Ed Harris and Elizabeth Hurley. Last week, I watched Austin Powers for the first time in 10 years, and it holds up very well. A complete send-up of spy films, and one of the things that makes me laugh most. And Elizabeth Hurley is the perfect straight man to Austin Powers. She's one of the few people who can rein him in, and that is no small feat. Can you imagine if it were only Austin Powers? It would be chaos. A town where all the stoplights are green. Fun to imagine, but in real life, fatal. Also, she's one of the only people in the movie not played by Austin Powers. It's just too bad that in the second film, she turned out to be a fembot.
It's true.
It was distressing to me and made dating hard for a long time.
Made dating hard.
Not the robot part. Just imagine falling for someone who then tried to kill you.
You know.
But instead of going down that path,
It's,
why don't I give you?
He has a girlfriend in this second season now. He's a school teacher, a middle school teacher. Choir and band, I think, is what he teaches. The choir.
So
And-
is this like voiceover, just scenery,
No.
or do you see him
Well,
talk? He's
this
just,
is,
Oh.
This one is. This is an Adult Swim special called "Relaxing Old Footage" with Joe Pera.
Yeah, that's
and it's just stock footage of forests
Yeah.
and things like that with him talking. He is a stand-up. That is a character. I hate to break it to you, Bill.
Yeah. No, and I've seen him do some stand-up, and he does his stand-up as that same character.
He does the character.
But he has all of these wonderful non-actor actors in Joe Pera Talks with You, like those people in the
Every year
Breakfast
on
Club.
Valentine's Day, a lot of people will wear red to be festive, but I instead wear black out of respect for all the ladies' hearts I've broken with this smile.
This is stand-up.
Anyway,
And you'll love it. He's just it's slow and soothing and really funny.
Yep.
What?
Our Lady Peace, Superman's Dead. Could be on the classic list of alternative songs of all time that's happening this weekend.
Yeah.
Possibly. I know I've been submitting mine.
Yeah.
I'm predicting they won't be picked.
You can go to the X96 website and submit just go to x96.com. There's a mechanism there for you to make suggestions.
Yeah. Give it a try anyway.
So, all the students that were killed at the Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas, were in the same classroom, one classroom.
He barricaded himself in there.
Yeah. The President Biden talked yesterday. He said these kind of mass shootings rarely happen anywhere else in the world. Why, he asked, why? The idea that an 18-year-old kid can walk into a gun store and buy 2 assault weapons is just wrong, Biden said. He said, we need to do something. We need to act now. So, I predict that nothing will happen.
Well, they've already started doubling down on their, Biden's coming to take your guns. I think there was a fundraiser already sent out from the NRA saying, we need your money now more than ever.
Oh,
it's
boy.
Interesting. Gun sales will now go up.
Yes, they will.
People will buy more guns and more bullets.
Always happens.
Well, on a brighter note, I
Yes.
have a sweet puppy in the studio. Oh, hi.
Make you feel better?
And he really does. And so I was hoping he might just help everybody else.
I love your dog. He's adorable. He's got too much slobbering and
Yeah.
wanting to put my hand in his mouth, that kind of thing.
We're working on that one. He still likes to.
the licking.
Yeah, we're working on that
You
one.
know,
Huge tongue.
It was
Very big.
It was until I was 12 years old that they broke me of that.
Mm-hmm.
So you've got a ways to go.
Could be a ways.
He really likes the microphone. Okay.
I'll be at home again tomorrow. That'll be 3 days of isolation, quarantine from Carrie and Gina and Katie. And if I don't feel any symptoms, so if I don't feel any tomorrow and I test negative tomorrow, late evening, or then I'll be in on whatever that day is.
Friday.
Yeah.
We'll have to remind everybody that liquor stores are closed on Monday.
Oh, thank you for the reminder.
What can I say?
Okay. Don't forget.
Thank you.
All right, let's do the promo and crawl towards the exits.
Coming up on Thursday's Radio from Hell show.
At 8:15, it's Beat Nick. Well, because Gina's out of town. But make sure to stick around as we have a special interview with one of the Violent Femmes band members.
So clearly, you won't want to miss Thursday's Radio from Hell show on X96.
Okay. I think we got everything. I think. All right. Fine job as always, Katie. Thank you. Live long and prosper, bitches.
I have no words.
Yep. Yeah. Marcy is next.